everyone, and welcome to my universe. Ah, man. Had a little bit of a scare this morning, in that when we woke up, the internet was down, and provider was out there saying, yes, we are fixing some things. We noticed that there was like a performance issue or something, and we're out fixing it. I'm not entirely convinced that that's what was going on, but it came back just in time, so I'm happy. I was worried that I was going to miss today. Because their site said, yes, we have fixed the problem. And yet the problem persisted, and there was a truck. Just down the street from where I live. We're out working on it. And I was like, I find this rather suspicious. But I'm here, and I'm happy. Hello there, Protox. Alright, so let's jump into things. Oops, I accidentally hit a button. Oh, that's neat. So apparently the extra buttons on my mouse are configured to do this. Fascinating, I never knew that. Oh, that's good to know, so if I want to scroll back to the top, I can just hit that button. Awesome. Well, I guess we're starting today with a nice happy accident. Okay. So I've still been working on how to math the dreaded nightmarish pipes. It's a work in progress. I think I have a decent solution. I'm just trying to figure out how to implement it because it requires some stuff. But before I get into that, there was a bug that I found in one of my test scenarios that wasn't working very well that I kind of want to look into. Let me see if I can demonstrate it. And then you can go see the horrible concoction that I've been using to try to test my recursive pipes. Yes. I call it nested loops, but worse. So, while I was testing this, I noticed that you can highlight things, but you can see some of them are missing for some reason. And even if you get them kind of filled in, when you go and actually try to copy it, it doesn't have them all filled in. And I don't know why. So I kind of wanted to dig into that a little bit. And that's going to be the first order of business. For that, there's actually something I kind of want to check out. It deletes them fine. So I don't know why it won't copy them. I'm a little nervous about digging into that code, though, because it was something I lifted off of a tutorial. So I only kind of know how it works. Anyway, I wanted to see if I could make that breakage happen with some of my smaller ones. I mean, you can see this is still very much broken. When the box is no longer over them, they should no longer highlight, so that's going to be the first thing I fix. I'm hopeful that it'll help me figure out what the issue is. But at the very least, on my smaller builds here, I cannot replicate that, so I'm wondering if it has something to do with size, or if the computer's just looking at that terrible abomination and going, no! No! Stop it! Why are you doing this? It's hard to... I wouldn't blame it. Because, yeah, it's only on that really big one that things start to break. So, all the other ones are just fine. So I have no idea. Well, first things first, I want to fix that thing where if the box is smaller, it no longer highlights the selected ones. So something just isn't resetting properly. And that should be relatively easy to pin down. And then, you know, I might go poke out a few other bugs or something. I might be procrastinating on nightmare pipe, configuration, math. It's just so sad because I have the math done for like literally everything else. It's just that. It's just that. But it is important. Even just beyond letting people divide things into thirds. Because with a little bit of recursive pipe is about the only way to do that without putting in explicit... How would you call it? Special pipes to divide things into thirds. Recursive pipe is about the only way to do that. And it would be for thirds and fifths and all that. But more importantly, I just don't want the math to break if they do something really weird. Okay, so blueprints. This is gonna be input. I want to find... Alright, process is above input. What am I doing? Look, I got distracted by complaining about recursive pipes again, okay? Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is some shenanigans, that's fine. I'm actually overall feeling pretty good about things. The frustration is real of just... I feel like I've been poking at that for so long. I've gone through like 5 or 6 different iterations at this point. I think I'm close, but I've said that before. And, okay, so blueprint. God, I just remember all the stupid stuff I had to do for input shenanigans. Okay. Okay, so we have... This is all for, like, copy and pasting and stuff. And this is for extra stuff for positioning. This is the drag. So where is... Here we are, selections. Selected pipes, selected bodies, okay. That should be happening every frame. And I think that's the one that I'm using to determine which ones get highlighted. I'll check draw after this. Okay, so we got overlapping. So we have this function. This is probably going to be the one that I want to look at. I'm really hopeful that it's not mad at using local mouse position instead of global mouse position, because that would complicate blueprints quite a lot. It'd be quite unfortunate. Alright, let's see. So we have selected pipes and highlighted pipes. Okay, so I don't clear highlighted pipes here. That's probably just the issue. Okay. Man, I have to clear 3 arrays every frame. It's terrifying. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, so at least on this guy, does that start... Wow, that's some flicker. What the hell? I don't know what to make of that. Like, that's crazy. Well, I was right that I pointed out the problem. It's wild, apparently. I don't even know what to say to that. Can I still kill it? Mostly. Okay. Let me make sure that it's working in some of my smaller ones. Let's just use this one. Okay. Yeah, that was all I forgot. I was like, I was pretty sure I just forgot to clear the array somewhere. So, nice and easy. Yay. At least we got the first step. Oh. Oh? Oh man, I can still make it freak out. Oh ho. Okay, so I think I might have the problem. So, I think the reason that I might be freaking out is because my mouse goes off the screen. Because it's fine up until I do that, and if we look at my just, nested mergers but worse here... actually it really doesn't get any closer to the screen, does it? Maybe that's not it then. It doesn't seem to like it when I do it though. Huh. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought that it might have gone one tile further out here, so I might have had pipes on this edge row here, and it was making me drag off, and maybe that was the issue. It does not appear to be the case. I swear, I could just stare at this all day and cry. Hell. Okay, well, at the very least, we know it seems to be something for this. Okay, so that should be okay, because that's just for making sure that blueprints don't accidentally select pipes from the game. So, body collider position. Body grid position, okay. And this is just aligning it to the grid, so that should be okay. Crazy. What the hell? Just going full caveman here. You know, clearly that's how I need to use the technology. I just pick it up and bang it on something. Okay. I don't know, I kind of do that sometimes. I feel like that's kind of what turning it off and on again does. Just reminds me that sometimes my kids find something that they don't know what it's for, and they find very creative ways to do stuff with it. Like, my son recently found what's essentially a security camera that we used as a baby monitor for a while, and he started swinging it around like a lasso, and I was very concerned. But he thought it was hilarious. Okay, well, so let's see. Let's go into this. Like I said, I only kind of understand this code because I lifted it from a tutorial. That's the downside to being lazy and not writing things yourself. It is. See, this is why I'm not overly concerned about vibe coding for things outside of the realm of security. Like, if it doesn't need any particular security involvement, I really don't think it's that different from what programmers of ye olden days did, of just, oh hey, that's kind of adjacent to what I want to do, I'll just use that. So, okay. Drag start, drag end. Selection rectangle is a global variable, and frankly, I'm not sure why it is. I guess it's just to stop you from making a new one every frame that might take more processing power than you want to use. I'm not sure, actually. Oh. I'll trust Tutorial Man on this one. I'm not sure if it's a performance thing or not. This is still my first game of Godot, so I still only kind of know what I'm doing. So, extents, I assume is the size? You know what? I'm actually gonna try to understand what this is. What is the selection rect? Oh yeah, I can just press the button, scroll back up. Okay, so it doesn't immediately scroll you to the top. It just scrolls you high. Okay. So let's see. Where did I put selection rect? Rectangle shape 2D. Okay, so I'm gonna go look at the documentation for rectangle shape 2D. Rectangle shape 2D. Okay. Rectangle, in fact, does not have a B in it. Important. So, extents. Huh. Used for physics collision. 2D rectangular shape intended for use in physics. Usually used to provide a shape for collision shape 2D. Okay. So let's see, what does it... Resource... Inherits from shape 2D. So is this where extents is? No. Okay. Oh, Mott. Now we have more people. Hello there, Mr. O, and hello there, Juiciest Pineapple. I'm doing pretty well. I'm just trying to find some information in the docs right now. Because we're doing something with this rectangle-shaped 2D, and I want to actually find what this is. Because the code I'm looking at, I lifted from a tutorial, and I'm trying to get a better understanding of what it does. But, man, they don't make it easy. Let's see. Rectangle shape 2D.extents. Let's see. Oh, that's 3. Measures half the total width and height. I wonder why they do it like that. I guess it's just to make it easy to get the center. Let's see. Okay. I guess that's fine. That's probably about the most I'm gonna be able to find, and I know what it means. It's just the size of the rectangle. Let me find that function again. Where did I put it? Grid coordinates. Pipe chain. Get overlap and preview pipes. Here we are. Okay, so this should be fine. Drag end minus drag start. I'm worried that I have to do this. So that gets the absolute value, so it always makes make sure things are positive. And I feel like if I have to do that, I might have done something wrong, but if there's a problem, I'm gonna bet it's this line here. Get world 2D. Okay. So this is going to be another object. And I remember that this I needed because my pipes are area 2Ds, and it wouldn't detect it without that. Set shape, okay. So this is setting it to equal to this rectangle here. Transform 2D. I don't know exactly what this does. The fact that there's addition here makes me less nervous compared to here where there's subtraction. Because addition is transitive, so it doesn't matter what order I put things in. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't expect a lot of those things to... This is the current issue I'm trying to figure out. What the hell is even going on here? Like, I'm just trying to select all the pipes in the rectangle. And, we got little fireflies dancing. So I'm not sure why it's not selecting all of them. It seems to just freak out once it gets to a certain size, like, When it's this size, it's fine, but once it gets big, it just panics. Yeah, it doesn't matter what order I do it in, it's just once I reach a certain size, it just freaks out. Okay, I want to try something. Is it number of pipes or is it size of the rectangle? No, I don't want to keep the fireflies. No fireflies allowed in my universe right now. I will... Ooh. And this isn't properly detecting overlap anymore. That might also be an issue. Oh, right, because it's, because I made them blue. Okay, no, that's not a... Okay. That is a problem, but it's not a problem for me right now. I'll go fix that later. Anyway, I think I've probably got enough pipes here. So is it area or is it number? I want to say it's probably number. Ah. Oh no. The internet went down earlier, and it was having some trouble for a bit. And before then, I was listening to some Hollow Knight music, and it decided to turn itself back on. Okay. So this time I'm gonna do very few pipes, but in a big area. Okay, it is absolutely the number of pipes that makes it freak out. So, is this just not good? Does this just not scale, then? I wouldn't expect so. I mean, to be fair, the context that I found the tutorial for was for selecting units in an RTS game, so I doubt that they were planning on there being hundreds of selections here. Huh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start going through it. Let me see if I can figure out exactly what rectangle extents does. I know it means the middle. So let's see. Yeah, so this is just saying that it measures from the middle. It's the size from the middle. Size. Is there any particular reason to use extents instead of size? Because size is what's in the documentation. Extents is not mentioned anywhere. Okay. I see. So, I was probably following a tutorial from Godot 3, and that's why I can't find extents anywhere. And they just leave this in as kind of legacy. And you do just use size. No wonder I was confused. Only identifier. Oh, yeah, right. Okay. So I might have just been following an outdated tutorial. No, we still got fireflies. Okay, let me try with one of my smaller ones. But at the very least, I do not appear to have broken anything, so I'll take it. Okay, so we got this guy who's a little bit smaller. And he copies fine. I can put it over here if I want. Looks like it. I think I'm also gonna have to make sure that you can't be placing things off the level. I'm not actually quite sure how to do that. I'll probably just have to define a level size, and if the object you place out there goes outside of that, then you can't do it. Like, I don't mind people placing things off screen, strictly speaking, but I don't want them to be able to place things outside the level. I guess the distinction here is, if we go inside, what this level actually looks like. You can see that I have this level transition on the side here. That's what this pink rectangle is. So when the player walks into that, he goes outside. He goes to the next room. And I don't think I want you to be able to place anything inside of this, for example. And at some point, you know, if there's no transition to a different room, there's probably going to be a wall or a ceiling or something, and I wouldn't want people to place things outside of that. So I think I will have to figure out how to declare the size of a room. That's going to be relevant at some point. Not yet, but at some point. Okay. Alright, so at the very least, this didn't kill anything, and I know what size means. So what is Get World 2D? Exactly, if outside room, don't. That is the perfect way to explain it. I wish the computer could understand, but the spirits are particular about their grammar and word choice, and you must say exactly what they want to hear in a way they can understand. Otherwise, you'll get a compile error. Let's see. Let's see. Well, I mean, it's fine if the... Let's see, if the person that made the engine made the code in such a way that the spirits understand that, then, you know, why not? It doesn't really matter what you say, as long as the spirits understand. Okay. Oh no. Just, looking at this, guy while I'm trying to understand certain things going on here. I feel him. Oh, for crying out loud, you're right. I know exactly what I've done. I've mixed up I'm tired and I've mixed up the variable naming. Oh man, poor guy. I've done that before. That's rough, man. Okay. Okay. Let's see. This guy followed the same tutorial that I did, so I'm kind of curious about some other things that he was talking about here. Okay. Let's see. We got the shape, we got that. Okay. I see. So... yeah, alright. So I just kind of got to go through and try to understand the rest a little bit. So what is this Get World 2D? Get World 2D. Can someone explain to me the World 2D resource? Wonderful. Oh, it's a viewport thing? Fascinating. I have a property named World 2D. You know, that actually makes kind of sense, where it looks like the code is making like a sub-viewport or something, and it's just saying whatever's inside of that. Okay. I imagine that this would be the kind of thing that I do if I wanted to make a mini-map. I don't know if I want to make a mini-map yet. Okay. So World 2D, and then the state it's calling is a direct space state. So I see in the documentation, A world 2D, a resource that holds all components of a 2D world, such as canvas and physics space. Class that has everything pertaining to a 2D world, a physics space, a canvas, a sound space, 2D nodes register their resources into the current 2D world. Get direct space state, a direct access to the world's 2D physics space state, used for querying content and potential collisions. When using multi-threaded physics, access is limited to node physics process in the main thread. Okay, what's node physics process? Okay, so it is literally just the physics process. That wouldn't... That should be fine for what I'm doing here. That should be just fine for what I'm doing here. Difference between get world 2D and find world 2D. Okay. So this is... I don't think it's creating a new one necessarily. Get world 2D, direct space state. Oh yeah, that's right. I can click on this to bring up the documentation right here. I forgot about that. Usually this is the same as the node's viewpointer. It's okay. And what I was looking for was space. It's a canvas item. Okay, that's interesting. Direct space state. Direct space state, yeah, right here. Yeah, and that's largely what I'm trying to do with it, so I think that works out. Physics shape. So what is this? Provides parameters for physics direct space state 2D's methods. By changing the various properties of this object, such as the shape, you can configure the parameters for physics direct space 2D's methods. Okay, so we're basically getting this so that this way we can set things here. And I'm making it so that it can collide with areas, because otherwise it would want like solid bodies, and I want to keep things area 2D so this way the player can go through them. We've considered adding a feature where maybe you could jump on some of your pipes, but I think for some instances that would be annoying, so I want it to be more directly configurable by the player. Yeah. So that'll be something for later. Because I do think it'd be kind of cool to be able to jump around in your factory. But at the same time, if you had like this long string of vertical pipes running across the room, and you couldn't walk through it or jump through it, that might be obnoxious. So, I haven't quite decided how I want to handle that yet. There has to be a balance between cool and practical. And I'm not ready to find that balance yet. I need to get the numbers working, man. Okay. So the shape here is going to be this guy. Does it need anything more than the size? I wouldn't think so. So what is this transform? Shape RID. Okay, the queried shapes RID that will be used for collision intersection queries. Use this over shape if you want to optimize for performance. Okay. That actually seems like it could be good. And hello there, Wendell the Skeleton. Welcome back. I'm trying to figure out what this code I lifted from a tutorial actually does. Okay, so we kind of have this. It's going to be a rectangle. Radius not really relevant. Set shape data, okay. I don't think I actually completely do that, because I just set the shape. That might be fine. Transform. Transform was what I was trying to find. Yeah, transform. Here we are. The queried shapes transform matrix. Thanks, documentation. That clears up everything. Okay, default. I have no idea what any of these numbers mean. Let's see. Set transform value. Get transform. I'm pretty sure I'm setting it. Yeah. What the hell is a transform 2D? A 2x3 matrix representing 2D transformation. You know, it worked out. I read about vector math this morning. It reminded me that the dot product exists, and I'm pretty sure I haven't heard about that since middle school. I don't know. I don't think semicolons are necessary. All that really matters is that the spirits living in the computer understand what you're trying to tell them. I don't really care about syntactical stuff. And my first programming language was Perl, so... If you know anything about Perl, I think that's kind of enough said. This is why sometimes I still have trouble with strict typing. Godot does let you have strict typing. I just don't half the time because... It does give you a slight performance boost though, so I try to remember to do it when I can, but sometimes I forget, and sometimes I don't know exactly what object I'm going for. I feel like using C++ is more about making you suffer than the machine spirits. I kid though, I don't think C++ is bad. Yeah, I was gonna say. Let's see. The transform 2D built-in variant type is a 2x3 matrix, representing a transformation in 2D space. It contains 3 vector 2 values, x, y, and origin. Together, they can represent a translation, rotation, scale, and skew. The x and y axis from the 2x2 matrix, known as the transform's basis. The length of each axis influences the transform scale, while the direction of all axes influence the rotation. Usually, both axes are perpendicular to one another. However, when you rotate one axis individually, the transform becomes skewed. Applying a skewed transform to a 2D sprite will make the sprite appear distorted. For a general introduction, see matrices and transforms tutorial. I think that's what I read today. Because the internet died, and I just happened to have it up. I needed something to do while eating breakfast. Note, unlike Transform 3D, there is no 2D equivalent to the basis type. All mention of basis refer to the X and Y components of the Transform 2D. Okay. I'm gonna close this one, and... so, we have... whatever the hell this means. So we have some function with 2 values, one of which is 0. Okay. Let's see if I can find a constructor that lets me do that. So from transform 2D. Yeah, this is 3 though. Rotation, yeah, this is 5. This is 2. Rotation and position. Okay, so it's 0 because I have no rotation, which is accurate. I do not want anything to be rotating here. And position... drag start plus drag end divided by 2. Okay, that seems fine. I hope this is right. But, for at least for what I'm doing here, menu offset is 0. So, that should be fine. Okay. Selection space. Which one is selection space? This guy? Intersect shape selection query. So this is getting the whole dang world, I guess? I guess that makes sense. Okay. And then it's finding where this rectangle that I made is intersecting with literally everything. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I realize I said that really flatly, but no, it really does make sense. And selection query. So this is kind of getting the size of it, I guess. So I have the position that it takes up. So why is it flickering like that? I don't see anything wrong here. I mean, again, I only kind of understand what I'm doing. But, like, this is crazy. I don't know why it's doing that. But it is distinctly based on the number of pipes that I have selected. So it makes me think that since I do it every frame, it's just not fast enough to get them all. And the limit of how many it can get at once is like somewhere around here. Yeah, and then it starts flickering. That's the only explanation I can come up with. Or why it would work on smaller selections, but not bigger ones. Ooh. That's actually a little terrifying. And I'm not actually sure how to fix that. Because I mean, I can't just tell the computer, go faster, dang it. Okay, I might need to revisit the tutorial I was following, which I should probably do off stream. But I'll take a quick stab at it because that's all I can think of what that it is. And maybe I don't have to be doing this every frame. Oh, what's the problem? I'm pretty sure the computer's just not fast enough. So I think it might just I struggle to believe that it can't handle that many pipes. Like there's not that many there. There's like less than 50. And if it's struggling to keep up with that, but I mean, to be fair, I'm doing it every frame. So it just makes me think that I need to find a better way to handle that. Or maybe I don't do it in process. But I'm not quite sure how I do that exactly. But that's about all I can think of that the problem is. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to just go in and fix this real quick if I understood what was going on. But no, I think I have a decent understanding of what the code is doing. It's just... the way I'm doing it, I guess, is really inefficient. And the computer just cannot get it fast enough once I reach a certain threshold of number of pipes. Ooh boy. So I'm gonna have to look at how to optimize these things. I'm pretty sure it does. As for who is doing graphics, haven't the foggiest. I don't know the underlying mechanisms for those kinds of things. But no, I don't know. I don't think this is going to be a thing for threads. Because it doesn't seem to be... like, it's not that kind of performance problem. It's not chugging. It's just I'm calling it every frame. And I think I can't do that. So I have to figure out a different place to make it work. But I'm not sure how to do that. So I think that, well, I mean, I guess I could do some science with that, but the main thing is that this is my first game in Godot, and I only kinda know what I'm doing. Only kinda. I have a pretty good idea of what it's doing when it's highlighting. Yeah, I know what it's doing. I know what the issue is. I just don't know how to fix it. So I don't need anything further to identify the problem. How do I take that out of process? Because the way I'm identifying it is I have this Boolean determining if you're trying to drag a selection. I definitely don't know enough to do that right now. That's why I said I'd have to look deep into optimization stuff. That's why I said I'd try to think about how I could do it outside of process. Because the important thing is that it responds well enough that while you're dragging things around that you can tell which pipes you're trying to select. That's all I really care about, and everything else that happens doesn't happen until you release the mouse. And it just so happens that, you know, once you get a lot, it panics, and it can't keep up anymore. So I'm not sure what that number is. Hello there, Vendrand Galma, and yeah. I mean, so far I've been absolutely loving it. This is just my first game that I've made in Godot. First serious thing. I mean, I recreated Pong and a couple of other small things just to get a feel for how things work. But this is my first actual attempt at stuff. And yeah. Most of the problems I'm having are just due to me having hard problems to solve, but this one is something else. Ooh. Yeah, I only care about what I'm about which pipes I'm selecting. I definitely can't allocate memory directly. That I know of. I do not think I have that much control. I'd be very surprised if I did. So... yeah, it's almost certainly the number at this point. Okay, let's see. It's like the only thing. It's here. It's here. Is there any way I could take that out? I just don't know how else to get it to notice without putting it in process. The gameplay loop, that is. I don't know how else to get it to notice. Because if I put it anywhere else, it wouldn't respond to the rectangle. Whatever rectangle you had once the function was called would be all you could do. And it wouldn't be that big a deal if I didn't need to highlight the pipes and manage those highlighted ones as I was going. It's like, if I didn't care about the highlighting, I could do it when the mouse button was released, and that would be fine. Oh no. Well, congrats on preventing a fire. That sounds like it could have been very dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, if I didn't care about highlighting, I could take it out of doing it every frame. So if I have a better way to highlight pipes without detecting any kind of collision. But I'm not sure how I would do that. That's probably gonna require... Yeah. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that without, like, seriously looking up a bunch of Godot capabilities. And I always make a point of not working on things that would just require me to read tons of docs and do a bunch of Google flailing on stream. So I think I'll probably save fixing this bug for a little bit later. Deeply unfortunate. Let's see here. Yeah. I think that's just unfortunately gonna be something that I kind of have to mess around with. But I'm pretty sure that the problem is just that I'm calling it in process. And if I was able to find a way to do it outside of process and handle the highlighting on its own, I think I'd be okay. I'm just not sure how to get that intersection without this. And that's what's making it hard. Look, you can't underestimate the machines. I don't think they try to kill you intentionally, but they will do exactly what you say. And I think people are really bad at knowing exactly what they want. They tell you what to... They do exactly what you say, down to the periods. It's very scary. People are very, very bad at explaining what they actually want. There's too many implications in language for the machine spirits to understand. Okay, well, let's see. What should I poke at instead? So, one thing I was looking at was basically eliminating this function entirely, because I think it's superfluous. I'm not gonna do that right now. Oh no, that's not that one. This one. This, I think, might be superfluous. But yes, what I was saying is I'm not sure if the machine spirits intentionally tried to burn down the room. They just did what they were told. And, someone told them to do something and did not think through the implications. Either that or blame thermodynamics. One or the other. Ooh boy. Aw. Always nice when that happens. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to touch this yet, but I'm pretty sure I don't actually need this. And it'd be kind of nice to just kill this entire thing. I'm pretty sure that the only reason I do this at this point is to make sure that there's an actual path to an endpoint. Which, depending on how you want to display information to the player, might be necessary. Yeah. My husband and I have had some discussions on how we want to do that. Let's forget this abomination. And, let's get this abomination instead. It's not quite as bad. So, one thing that I was discussing with my husband, at least in terms of how to show information, is that we kind of determined that this loop here is entirely pointless unless you put something on, unless you put like a vaporizer or something on this square, or a pipe path leading to one leading out from there. So the way we haven't entirely decided how we want to do it yet, but the way we might do it is to say that there's nothing going through this loop. So all of this, I guess not these three here, but might just have 0 in it, while everything else just goes through here, and these would definitely have 0 in it, but we haven't entirely decided, and ooh, I got it to flicker. Yeah, when you go off screen. That might be something we're thinking about too, but I still think I'm gonna have to mess around with some stuff to get that. Yes, we're currently debating on how we want the numbers to shake out there. Right now, I'm just trying to get anything to work. As sad as it is to say. And one of the ways I was trying to get anything to work was verifying that a path exists before doing anything. And then, if no path exists, then we just say that, you know, there's nothing's going anywhere. Okay. So, I guess I'll tell you a little bit about what I've been thinking for how to get my dreaded recursive pipes to work, just as a refresher for people that haven't seen this doodle before. Let's go ahead and turn on paint. It's like, I know I'm an artist and I have much better programs for this, but I feel like there's a certain charm in the scuff of just using proper MS Paint. Okay. So, right now, we have like an extractor, and it can come out. I'll just say that there's a splitter here, and then, I don't know, we got stuff, and this one goes off into the sunset. It goes somewhere. So this is nice. This is friendly. Friendly. It's fine. We like these guys, because all that happens is that you go downstream, and it's easy to calculate what happens. When you come to a splitter, if it's balanced, you split it in half. If it's not balanced, you don't. If it's literally anything else, you just keep sending the flow down. It's nice and easy. They're friendly. What's nightmarish is when you get stuff like this. So this is going to come out here. We got a merger here, where things are merged together. So we're gonna have something like this, and then we can have our friendly splitters doing splitter things, and then we have this guy here. Maybe there's another box here, and it comes back up and loops in on itself. This is nightmares. This is the worst. This is the only thing stopping me from finishing the math. This stupid thing. Because what happens here is, you see, okay, we have the amount here, and we come on down, and then we look, oh, okay, there's a splitter here, so we split it in half, and we split it in half again over here, and that's all great. That's wonderful. And then we come over here, it's like, oh yeah, we got a thing here, we split it in half, and then this bit over here, this quarter from the original, comes back up and comes here, where it is now being sent back into the system, where it needs to be split in half again, and yada yada yada. So if we had, you know, the 100 here, it'd be split in half to 50 here and here, and then 25 here, 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 and here. And thus, we get 25 coming back up into here again. Let me put that in a slightly better spot. Coming back up into here again, which then needs to be redistributed everywhere. And if you don't let people do this, you can never divide things into thirds, because our splitters only let you divide things in half. But a basic recursive pipe setup like this would let you divide things into thirds. And we want to let people do that. Furthermore, I am personally a believer in really ugly and cursed factories, and letting people do whatever possesses them, whatever weird brainworm gets into their head. I want them to be able to do it, and I want it to all calculate correctly. So I want to let them do cursed stuff like this. And so it's like everything that's pretty normal I have working. I even managed to get fairly normal recursive pipe setups to work. It's just when they get really, really, really cursed, it doesn't work. And I'm just like, I'm dying. So, but I really, really want people to be able to do whatever cursed setup that they can think of. But this is really hard. This is really hard. And I haven't been able to find a good way to math it. So that's the current problem I'm trying to solve, of just what happens when you have pipes that loop back around on themselves, or worse. Okay, this one I will open Krita for, because I already have it drawn out. Or, rather, my husband does. So let's, go into Krita briefly here. I hit a button. Okay. So here. Where not only do you have the recursive pipe, like, this is a fairly sane recursive pipe. This one's not so bad. But then you got this stupid thing, where we have the starting point here, it comes out, goes down and around, and, you know, reaches an endpoint here, and then it comes over here to this. Where not only do you have a recursive pipe going around, but it goes back over and back up into the original recursive pipe. So we got, like, dual recursive pipes stacking on themselves. This is why I've been crying for the last month. This is why I've been stuck on it for a really long time. So, this is my current theory for how to solve it and the resources I need. First, verify. Path to endpoint exists. Not endpoint. Endpoint. Okay, so this would be the phylactery or the vaporizer right now. Eventually there's gonna be some more things, but for now, this is what we got. And I'm just gonna call them an endpoint so I don't have to keep repeating that every time. So, there we go. First, verify that a path is real. So that if we say have... Is it gonna come up? There we go. A random disconnected string of pipes. You don't need to calculate anything here. This does not reach an endpoint. If we have an extractor, and then a string of pipes doing string of pipe things, no, you don't need to calculate anything here. It does not reach an endpoint. It's not until you put an endpoint down, so the red ones, or the black ones, right now, that you actually have to start calculating things. Nothing else matters. The only thing that matters is if something on a source reaches an endpoint. And that's it. Everything else is fake, and nobody cares. So, there we go. Verify path to endpoint exists. And then from there, let's see. We need check if recursive pipe exists. Alright, so the next thing. Those little setups that I showed you, they were easy. They were friendly. They were like our friendly little friend over here. If it's like this, then you know, it's okay. We don't have to worry. We just let the flow go downstream and all is well. So we have to check to see if we have a pipe that loops back around like this. And if it does, then we have to do stupid stuff. We have to do shenanigans. And we are maybe a little bit sad, but it must be done. So, check if recursive pipe exists. If no recursive pipe, no shenanigans. It doesn't like the semicolon, okay. Well, let me do that. Okay, cool. We'll do the smiley face with the greater than sign. Okay. If recursive pipe loop exists. Okay, so if it exists, if we're able to find it. Oh yeah, I should actually back up here because we have to, I have to say how we identify a recursive pipe loop. So what identifies a nightmare pipe? What identifies the things that make me cry? It's pretty easy actually. If, how to find recursive pipe loop. Follow path. If you get to a merger that you've already been to, it's recursive. I think that's pretty straightforward. So if you're just innocently following a path, you're just innocently following the path, and you're like, okay, you know, I'm not finding anything here, but if you're just, then, you know, that's friendly. But if you're following the path and you're just going doop-de-doop-de-doo, and then you notice, oh hey, I've been here before, that is how you identify the recursive loop. But if you're just going along and you never find, if you never end up someplace that you've already been, it is not recursive. If you find a pipe that you've already been to, it is recursive. I just identified the initial merger because in order to have a loop like this, you must have a merge pipe. There is no way to do it with that one. You must have a merger and you must have a splitter. There's no other way to make a loop like this with the pieces we currently have. Because, yeah, sure, I'll go ahead and prove this to myself. I am totally just talking to myself right now, and you guys are just fantastic rubber duckies, and I love you. So, let's just go through. Let's just go through some stuff here. Okay, so if you just have normal pipes, it just goes in a straight line. There's no way for a series of normal pipes to both be connected to a extractor and a phylactery and spin around in a circle like this. Because you can see I can make it spin around like this, right? This is a loop. But it's not connected to anything. There's no way to get it to connect to something like this and make a loop. It is not physically possible. Extractors can't even receive, so there we go. Ah, I see. I've never had Ramune. But nonetheless, I'm glad that you were able to find some delicious food. Have some delicious food and listen to me ramble about my nightmares for the past month. Yeah. But yes, it is not physically possible for this loop to be connected to something. That is why you need a merger. Because once you're able to introduce a merger, then suddenly you can have something that potentially loops back on itself. So I guess, strictly speaking, you could do something like that. You know, just pretend I aligned the pipes correctly and my hand didn't slip. But you can see that this setup is also not valid because it doesn't reach an endpoint. It doesn't reach the black or the red pipes. So that's why you also 100% need a splitter. Because now, all of a sudden, you can do this. And, you know, if I took the time to turn this into a turnpipe, this is valid now. Because it can reach from this, down to this, and it still has a recursive loop. Whew. Oh, it's a ramune. Okay. Yeah, sounds tasty. I see. Okay. Yeah, admittedly, I never really cared that much about what container my drinks come in, but I basically only drink milk and water, so there you go. Oh, I definitely will someday. And don't worry, me explaining this is very helpful. Have I mentioned that I'm always so happy when people show up? Because not only do I get to potentially talk about interesting things, I have to explain my thought process. And that's always very useful. Okay, so yes. For identifying recursive pipe. If you get to a merger that you've already been to, it's recursive. And I am doing it based on merger, because a merger and a splitter have to exist in order for a loop to be recursive, and the merger just comes first. So I just find it easier to do it like that. And plus, you can have splitters without having recursion, but you can't have recursion without a merger. I guess I shouldn't call it recursion, since that has programming implications too. But you can't have a pipe loop. There we go. I'll call it that. You can't have a pipe loop without having a merger as well. So, I just always identify it via the merger. No recursive pipe loop, no shenanigans. So if recursive pipe loop exists, this is the part that I've been kind of gradually going through. So let's think about what we need. What do we need to know? Okay, and this is where I'm not entirely sure. I'm actually pretty good. That's exactly how I identify it, yes. I'm good at identifying them. I am really good at finding paths. All that is great. I just need to figure out how to do the math. So, kind of the part that I talked about here. Where, you know, if you have 100 at the top, we have to make sure that 25 that gets through all of this and is going back around is actually accounted for. That's the thing that makes this hard. Identifying it, easy. Math, hard. Okay, so if the pipe loop exists, what do we have to know? Well, I've been thinking about this a lot, and that's where the other picture kind of talks about it. You can only kind of see it because my husband's not used to using a drawing tablet, but we talked a little bit about the math, and that's basically what this little equation here is. Oh, I'm drawing in white. That's kind of what this equation here is. I absolutely have to use strings for this because I need to save the positions of the pipes when you save the game, and JSON will not let you use anything but strings for the keys of dictionaries. And the way I store things I store the pipes in the dictionary is by their location. So those are vector 2s, and JSON really hates them. And there's, it's really the only unique thing that I have about pipes to store, because there could be multiple merge pipes, there could be multiple split pipes, whatever else, so I can't use pipe type or anything like that. And there's no other unique information I have for each pipe other than their position. So I just convert the vector 2 of their position into a string, so that this way they can be saved. This is the downside to coming into part 14 and then trying to help me. I appreciate it, but... and there probably are things that I've overlooked since I only kind of know what I'm doing. But... Oh god. What was I talking about? Yeah. So we have a little bit of math here for potentially how to determine what amount will be in each endpoint here. And that is largely due to the proportion of the things flowing in it. So you can see that this endpoint would get 25%, this one would get 50%, and then 25% comes back. And we can kind of use this equation to calculate it. So I think that tells me some information that we need to know. We need to know which the proportion I mean, okay. If you really want to read the code, I do have it out there. I can grab that real quick. Where did I put it? Yeah, here we are. If you're really curious and wanted to see my super cursed code, here you go. Anyone is welcome to go take a look. I update it after every stream. So this was updated last week, but I didn't do much code writing this week, so it's probably pretty close to what I have right now. I think I have a little bit more stuff. A little bit of stuff identifying the recursive pipe loops right now in my version, but I'm not sure if I actually need all of that. That's why I'm kind of doing this in plain language to actually kind of identify what I want to do. I'm taking a step back and trying to figure out what I actually need to tell the machine spirits before I go and try to write some more code. And I think the only class that's going to be relevant to you is grid.gd. All the rest, well, they do other things. Okay, so if a recursive pipe loop exists, which we need to know the starting merger so that we can get the amount of element running through it. And that will kind of determine what we flow downstream. Then we need to know the proportion going from that merger down into endpoints and what loops back. Okay, so we need to know that, because otherwise I can't do the math that I'm pretty sure will work. That equation that I just showed briefly of 1/1 minus the proportion, basically. Do we need to know anything else? Yes. In order to get the proportion above, I need to know which endpoints are connected. Yes. Game engines do tend to be highly optimized, since, put bluntly, you don't have to be as good at coding if you're using an engine instead of doing it on your own. So the people writing the engines do tend to highly optimize them. Some of them. I'm under the impression that some of the, like, VN engines aren't doing that quite so much, but they also tend to be very simple, so it's probably okay. But I know that Godot, Unity, I think Unreal probably counts. They're all pretty heavily optimized. I think Unreal probably counts, because I know that some people would disagree when it comes to things like anti-aliasing and stuff. But for the most part, yeah. So let's see, I need to know which endpoints are connected to the merge pipe. And that is important, because we will have setups like this. Not the super cursed one here, but, you know what, I don't have to completely go in there. This guy. Right, I hit the wrong button. Oh man, I really can't put this anywhere. I guess I do have to delete this if I want to demonstrate. Okay. It's too cursed, it's too big! Okay. So if we have a setup like this, where we have these two independent ones. So you see this initial splitter going here, and then it comes here, and it goes around like this, and then this goes over here, down here, and around like this. What's going on over here is not at all relevant to this recursive loop, and what's going on over here is not relevant to this recursive loop. Yeah, that's why I said I think Unreal technically counts, but I've heard it has some optimization issues, which is why some people were really concerned about its widespread adoption. I admittedly don't know very much about 3D. I am very much in 2D world. That is why I am a 2D girl. I'm a 2D girl in a 3D world, and sometimes it's hard. Also why I'm not using Unreal, because it's not really built for 2D. Okay, but yes, when it comes to the finding the proportions of things running through the merger here. Oh, I have that term the right way. Yeah, that's what makes it recursive on that side. What's going on down here is not at all relevant to what's going on up here. So going through and finding every endpoint to find the proportion wouldn't work. I specifically have to know which ones are connected to this merger if I want to see what's going on with this recursive loop, and being able to do the math there. That's what was tripping me up in my latest iteration, was that I wasn't sure quite sure how I was going to identify which ones were actually connected to the merger and which ones had nothing to do with it. Oh no. Paying money for things, terrifying. Look, I'm using an open source game engine, I'm using the free and open source art program. I used a free and open source program to rig my model. I'm allergic to spending money. I hate spending money. Sometimes I question if I'm a real girl. Yeah. So yeah, that's what was tripping me up in my latest iteration. So let's see. Yeah, so I need to know which endpoints are connected. I need to know the proportions, and then I need to know general flow stuff, mostly splitters. So basically all that means is when I go and calculate things, I need to know when to split things in half, when to not split things in half, and just make sure that the numbers are being carried down throughout the pipe chain. I'll sum it up as general flow stuff, because going into the details of that would be annoying. Splitters complicate things a little bit. So, that's why I say it's mostly splitters. But, this I should already have. Might just need to do some extra to keep track of the extra bit flowing back to the start. Okay. Do I need anything else? Yep. Look, it's a good way to be. It's a great way to be. It means I don't need very much money in order to live, and that's wonderful. Do I need anything else? Yes, I think there's one more thing I need. Need to know if there's... how do I describe it? Another loop that affects the loop. That's the best way I can describe it. That's for this case, where we have it kind of coming down here. Let me make my brush a little bigger so you can see a little better. We have it coming down here, going down here, back up and over here into this, and then it comes back. So this is a loop that affects the loop. So this loop is affected by what's going through here, but what's going through here is affected by this loop. So it can get a little bit messy. And I think that's probably everything. I can't think of anything else that I would need. How much of this can I already calculate? I can find pipe paths so well. I am super confident that. General flow is fine. I can always tell when splitters need to split or when they are glorified turn pipes. I very much know the difference there. So this is all good. I can do those things just fine. I can identify pipe loops very well. I can even determine which pipes are in them at about 99%. Need 3 or more loops on one merger in order for it to break. Which rarely happens. I had to make a super cursed setup in order to make that. That's what I made this for. That's why this exists. Because this is what I had to do in order to make 3 or more loops exist on one merge pipe. Yeah, this one has, I think, 3 loops on it. And it was really, really hard to do. You have to pull so many shenanigans to make that happen. So that's why I call it at about 99%. You have to be trying real hard to break things in order for me to not be able to build complete pipe chains right now. So, yeah, I can identify the pipe loops really well. That's all I can currently do. But that does cover many of what we have here. So I'll put a little carrot by the things that I'm pretty good at here. So we're good here. Follow path. Yep. Okay. Starting merger. Yep, I can do that. That's pretty good. I always know exactly how much is in it at the start. Proportion going down the merger, no. Let's see. What do I want to do if we don't have that? I'll use that. I'll use this emote. It suits me. Okay, so I still need to do that. I have no idea how I'm gonna do that without just, like, endless looping. Phew. It's like, I'm good at finding paths. So, it's very doable. It's very doable. I actually have a code that could probably do it decently well already written, but I fear the amount of looping through things it would have to do. So basically, if I want to brute force this, I think I know how to do it. I just kind of pray that there's a more elegant way to do it. Because I don't know, I'm getting kind of concerned about what this is going to be like once you're dealing with 1,000 pipes. I think it'll be okay since it's all raw math. I basically do not care about the graphics at all here. Everything is just within a singular dictionary, more or less, and then I build arrays from that. And that's pretty easy for a computer to do. So I think it'll be okay. I don't think it'll cause lag or anything. And I only calculate when you build or delete buildings. So it won't be a problem when you're trying to run around and jump. And I suppose it's also worth noting that you can only build in safe places that you have claimed as your territory. So it's not like you're going to be fighting and trying to build at the same time. Frame drops may not even be noticeable, but nonetheless, I'd still like to try to avoid it. Okay. And at the very least, I'd kind of like to put together some of this stuff. In order to get the proportion, I need to know which endpoints are connected to the merge pipe, and that is why I can't get the proportions right now. General flow stuff, mostly splitters. Yeah, we good. We got that. Need to know if there's another loop that affects the loop. Kinda. I can kinda do that. But I'm not confident in it yet. How much of this can I already calculate? So yeah, that's what I was going through to do. Alright. So looks like the big things I need just has to do with finding the endpoints and multiple looping shenanigans. So let's see. What do I tell the computer? Let me make sure that it's commented. What do I tell the computer? Do I need the path? So right now, I calculate the path separately and keep a record of its connections and stuff like that. Elements. I'm not going to use the phrase stuff like that. Let's be specific. So I can actually, like, literally look at it. It's right here. I think it might just be connections and elements. Oh no, it's above here. Oh yeah, joining pipes is basically the connections. So yes, connections and elements. Okay. So we calculate the path separately. Is this necessary? What does calculating it separately let me do from just using the pipe dictionary? Thinking about that for a second, because it doesn't actually seem to give me that much benefit. Yeah, it is very slightly animated. I didn't want to be too busy. The clouds are too. The stars actually aren't. They just are a little bit bouncy. They move with me. So all the glitter, it just moves with me. But yes, if I stay perfectly still, you can see that the hair and the clouds move. Very, very slowly. I didn't want it to be distracting. Okay. So that's kind of what I do. What does this do for me? And I don't think it does that much. All it really does is makes it so I don't have to go through the whole loop through the whole pipe dictionary. But I do this anyway to identify the extractors. So yeah. Oh, I mean, like I said, it's really subtle. I don't think the stars bouncing around are that subtle, especially like on the freckles here. You can see they jiggle. Look at them wiggle, 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 wiggle. But yeah, all the clouds and stuff, they all have their own little slight animation to it. I think there's also a little bit in like the colors on my arm and stuff. I'm pretty sure I did that. It's been a while since I've made this model. It's like almost 3 years old at this point. See, this is why at some point I really do want to make myself a new model, because I look at it and while I don't hate it, it's still art from 3 years ago and my art has gotten better and I'm just like, oh man, I want to redraw this so much. It makes sense, I am the universe. Congrats, you've made some progress in understanding me. I'm honored. Okay. I do this anyway to identify the extractors. If I don't do it, then every time I want to find a connection, I have to loop through the whole pipe dictionary. Which is what I do to identify the chain already. That's why I'm not convinced that building the path is really helpful. So it seems like the big thing it does is that it verifies ahead of time that there is a path that leads to an endpoint and recursive pipes, which means I don't run any extra calculations if no path exists, or if no recursive pipes exist. That might be worth. No. I see. Well, I mean, it's not that far off. I mean, when you really think about it, we are indeed made of stars. We are what created matter is the life cycle, the birth and destruction of stars, and that's what spreads, you know, the molecules and whatnot across the universe. And it's what allowed us to exist. When it comes down to it, we are stardust. We are literally what we eat as well. So, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the reason that I'm really spelling things out is because I've tried like 5 or 6 different ways of doing this. And every time I feel like I'm inching real close, but then I find something that kind of makes me reconsider things. And right now, I'm just like, I'm really going through and I'm just saying, is this the best way to do it? Is it the best way to do it? And I mean, so far, I think I'm doing pretty well. I think that I did think a lot of this through. I'm just getting increasingly worried because to solve this problem, I just keep tacking more things on. And so I'm making sure that I'm not just brute forcing my way through it and that everything I'm doing is actually necessary and that there's not a better way to do it. Like I said, I'm a little bit worried on what's going to happen when you place like 1,000 pipes at once. Little worried. And I do think that that is plausible for what would happen later, but I don't think it's ever going to be much more than that. It's gonna be like order of magnitude of 1,000. I don't think it'll ever break 10,000, for example. I don't even think it'll really break 5,000. And when it comes to performance, I think it's okay to think in terms of what is going to happen with the dataset that you're actually planning on using. I don't need to prepare to handle millions of pipes. I don't think that will ever happen. Oh, that's okay. I don't mind. I don't really mind. It's okay. Half the joy of streaming stuff is to talk about other things too. And you know, talking about how we're all made from stardust and how our existence is a miracle, I mean, just think about it. Just think about it. If some amoeba, as a sexual reproduction was just becoming a thing, decided to mate with a different amoeba, you probably wouldn't exist as you do now. And just think, it's like if your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather married or had children with a different woman, or if someone along that chain didn't have children at all, you would not exist in the capacity that you do now. We are all made from stardust, and we are all miracles. Life is something to be appreciated, and every choice that we make has some meaning somewhere. Maybe in the grand scheme of things it won't matter that much, since, you know, we'll all perish in the heat death of the universe anyway. But just imagine all of the little things that you are touching, that you don't even know, right now. It's crazy. Dude, that there are people that have never heard of me that have affected my life in ways that they cannot understand. I'm just picturing, like, the developers of Outer Wilds. I love that game. And it has taught me things about game design and, yeah, just even stuff in general. Or, you know, some other random content creators that I happen to watch that gave me ideas, said something that made me think about something or whatever, what have you. They don't know who I am. They've never met me. They probably never will. And that's fine. But nonetheless, if they hadn't done that, I might be in a different place right now. So, I think it's easy to forget that what we do has rippling effects in ways that we may never quite fully comprehend. Okay. At the very least, I do think getting this pipe path simplifies things. And now I have to remember what I was talking about before. Because, yeah. The reason I'm kind of going back through and revisiting all this stuff is just that I kept tacking more and more things onto this as I was like, oh, I should get this information. I should get this information. What's the most straightforward way to do that? And I was a little bit afraid that I was losing the plot a little bit and that I was doing unnecessary things, or maybe there's a better way to do it, or You know, stuff like that, more or less. Of just, I keep adding onto the solution, as opposed to thinking about what it is that I'm trying to do. And that's what I wanted to do here. I wanted to think everything through. I wanted to think everything through. And once I've done that, at that point, I think I can take another stab at rewriting this algorithm. But I mean, as it stands, I think I did a decent job. The main thing that I might not need is to actually identify the pipe loops. I mean, if you could know, I think it'd be worth knowing, because then you can make better decisions. It's just like what I'm talking about here. I'm making sure that I know the right things, so that this way I can make better decisions in my algorithms. And I think the same is true of life in general. It's just, as we are now, I don't really think we're capable of understanding the universe. We're working on it. Humanity, that is. Humanity's working on it. I think I mostly believe in humanity, but we don't know the answers right now. That's okay. But if I did know, oh man, that'd be awesome. I could make so many better choices. Better information leads to better choices. You know, you notice that I don't say more information. I say better information, because it needs to be accurate and helpful. It's why reading the news can sometimes not be helpful, because if you're thinking about a war on the other side of the world, well, there ain't much you can do about that. If you decide to dedicate your life to, I don't know, solving clean water issues on another continent, then, you know, maybe knowing more about why people don't have clean water on another continent would be helpful. But for me, I don't intend to devote my life to that, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, some people believe that the universe is a simulation. I always hate that discussion, because it always ends at whether or not it's true or not. It doesn't actually seem to lead to discussions about what we should do if it's true or not. So... let's see. If path exists, no recursive pipe exists. Okay. Okay, might be worth. Okay, so I guess we keep it. Let's go into another section. Okay. So what's the next bit? What's another thing that I'm interested in checking? Do I need to keep track of the pipe loops themselves? Increasingly, I think the answer is no. Part of the reason that I wanted to ask this is because I had a bunch of code down here where I work really hard to, you can see my print statements and stuff, construct these detailed pipe loops so that this way I could maybe run through things. And I'm not sure they need to be that strong. So the question is, will keeping detailed loop information help me find the end points? Perhaps, because since I do have very detailed information on the recursive loops, if I do have that information, then I will know which splitters to check to see if they reach an endpoint. It's potentially dangerous, though, because if we look at my cursed one here, not the really cursed one, but the mildly cursed one in this, so if I had something like this, for example, it's probably a little hard to read. But basically, what's happening is this has a loop that goes this way and around here, so that's one loop. Strictly speaking, there's a loop here, but we can ignore it entirely because it doesn't do anything. And we got another loop that comes up and around here. Like this. And these are the only two loops that exist, technically. My code will identify a couple of other ones, like it'll identify going from here, around like this. And from here, going around like this. But these are basically identical to this one going around like this. They use all the same pipes. They just have different starting points. So as far as I'm concerned, the only two true loops is this. And at least like this, I consider this one that I'm tracing right now to be fake. Because it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't reach an endpoint. Everything that goes this way comes back to this merger. So as far as I'm concerned, this one is fake too. The only true loop is this one that goes to this. So if we were to look and see if this splitter reached an endpoint, I'm worried that the code may say yes. I don't think it does. I think I do have it coded properly. But that's one thing that I would have to look out for. Of just, okay, if this was here, would it count as connected? And then if I were to put, you know, another endpoint here, a black one this time. We go around, and now this does go somewhere. So this is a real loop again. And then this one, you know, goes over into here. So this is a real loop again. Or still, I guess I should say. And so if I want to find which ones are connected to this merger, this would identify both of them, I think. Yeah, if I had the pipe loop, I would check this splitter. I might make a new function for it and basically say, okay, well, no, I don't think I can do that, actually. Yeah, I couldn't do that. Never mind. Never mind. But, yeah, I think if I said, hey, does this splitter reach an endpoint? It would identify two. As I have it written right now, it would say yes. Then I just have to figure out how to get the amount in there. This might result in some duplicate code, but you know what? I'm at peace with that. I'm at peace that my game code is going to be a mess and highly suboptimal and not very stylish or pretty. I think I'm okay with this. I am at peace. Okay, so I think I do have a good solution for that then. Like, in my head, would it work with this one? Let's see, so what's connected to this merger? It might not work with this one though, because this one is connected to this merger. It's just not connected to the recursive loop. Because the recursive loop goes like this. And this is outside that loop, but it is still connected to this splitter. Okay, so no, that might not work. Does having the loop help me at all then? Tentatively, I can't think of anything. Okay. I'd have to think really hard. Okay, so I'm gonna say, but I'm not convinced. Tentatively, I don't think it actually, knowing the loops actually does very much. And it takes a lot to make them. That's, basically what all this is doing right now. It's, trying to construct the loops. And I can do it pretty accurately. And the hope was that it would help me figure out how this works. Understandable. It can be real overwhelming. It's pretty hard. What kind of game are you making? Tentatively, I don't think this does anything. So, what should I do instead? Let me see. Actually, that might be part of the recursive loop. I want to take another look at this. Not that. I would rather not look at the big curse thing. You know what? I'm so glad that it was deleted before OBS was able to find the window. So this way I didn't have to let you guys see the terrible thing that I made in order to test the most cursed setup possible. Let's look at something nice, something that someone might actually do, like this. Hello there, Red Fool's Game Dev. I love Godot too. I think it's fantastic. I am just trying to figure out how to do something really hard, and life is hard, and it's been giving me nightmares for like a month. But I'll get there eventually. I have absolute faith in myself. I just need to figure it out. Okay. So when we're thinking about the proportion of things that goes places, is this one relevant? It would have to be, right? Since if we... Exactly. I see. So just, What is it? Just a basic, like, a Survivor's style? Just in 3D? Is that the whole loop? Where you go and you kill stuff and then you find upgrades to make yourself stronger? And yes, I have been learning so much from doing all of this. I might have nightmares for a little while, but you know what? It's okay. Okay, cool. Glad I understand then. Yeah, that'd be the kind of thing where I'd break down every feature that you want. And then you can figure out things in... Yeah. Yeah. So that's where I'd say break down the features into kind of their simplest forms. Like, when I was developing this, I started with, okay, how do you make pipes? And so I figured out how to make pipes. And I'll answer the question about what kind of game it is in just a second. Let me finish my explanation here. And then I was like, okay, what kind of pipes do we want? And so I made a few different kinds. I knew that we're gonna have essentially miners coming out here. And that's what these color squares are for, so that's what this white one is. And then from here, I knew that we're gonna want to have ways to like split them apart, merge them together, but I actually started with just being able to go in straight lines. And then eventually I made it so that whatever you get affects the player's stats, and only then did I think about how to split them apart and merge them together. And even then, I didn't handle every case. Right now, I'm handling the last one, which is cursed shenanigans. Like, you know, this stupid thing. And so now I'm kind of getting to the end of the math for what I'm doing. But yeah, let me go ahead and explain my game. So, what I'm developing, it's going to be a Metroidvania, but instead of having some stats like your movement speed, jump height, attack, and HP being fixed values that maybe you get upgrades for, they're going to be much more flexible. You're building this cool factory on the side, and they directly affect your stats. So if you look right now, you see that the text on the player here says idle. And if I press the jump button, it flickers, but the player doesn't jump. And that's because his jump is currently 0. But if I add, assuming I can find the thing, there we go, a thing that will extract the energy from this air source there. Oh no, I broke something. Well, you should be able to jump, but I broke something. So, oh, that's awkward. I thought I had all that working. Does it work on this side? What did I break? What did I break? Because I haven't actually touched some things. So that's concerning. Let's see. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it, and it's gonna be a free game, so you can play the whole thing. I currently have the source code sitting out on GitHub, so not much to play yet, because I don't have all the math working, and most of the stuff, you know, it's all placeholder and whatnot. But man, why is it breaking? What did I do? I did mess with some stuff up here last time to keep things going between rooms. What did I do? That's a good question. Well, yeah, so it finds it, but it's not awkward. Okay, well, I'm gonna go find the solution to this problem, I guess. Thanks for helping me find it. And thank you. I work on this every Thursday. If you ever want to drop by and see how it's going, maybe someday I'll have my math done. That would be fantastic. But nonetheless, thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Okay. Let's see, what did I do? It's probably something in the bit that I did to keep things working between rooms. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I realized something. That, for calculating things between rooms, I think this is totally unnecessary, and why I was having so much trouble. Since everything gets put into the global, well, I'd appreciate it. I always love it when someone comes here. And if you ever have any questions about what to do for your game, feel free to ask me. Whether on stream or just like in the comments of my videos or whatever. I don't mind if you ask questions in the comments. I think I also make it so you can post in the community tab. I'm not sure. Or I also, you know, check like Twitter or Instagram, but periodically. Pixiv. So just however you feel like you can contact me, feel free. Maybe someday I'll make a forum or something. I'm too scared to make a Discord. But yeah, I think this is unnecessary, which would make all of this unnecessary. Okay, so you know what? I'm feeling dangerous. I am gonna go test that. I'm feeling dangerous. Yeah. Understandable. Moderating a Discord sounds way too scary. That's okay. I don't mind getting somewhat distracted from what I'm doing. If it, to talk to people, basically, and to answer questions. You can see that sometimes when I'm thinking about one thing, I might pause a little bit and get weird, but, you know, don't worry about it. You're not distracting me. I wouldn't be streaming if I wanted to sit quietly and code. That's what coding off stream is for. Okay. So I think that should still work. Let's see if I broke everything. Okay, so that still doesn't work. Oh, and I can't move. Oh, right, because I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay. So something isn't updating here correctly. Okay, now this is where things get a little bit scarier. Maybe I should have commented it instead of deleting it. Oh well, let's go! Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And, you know, sometimes I like it's absolutely okay. So let's see. How am I putting stuff into the global? Look, at some point, I'll finish this long list of comments of me talking to myself, but it's all for naught if I can't even make straight lines of pipes work. So I want to get that working first. What's basically happening here is last week, on stream, I made it so this way your stats persist between screens, and it looks like I messed something up there. So that's all. Okay. I did it at the end of stream, so I was probably a little bit tired. Okay, so yeah, that should be all good. Factory global, active phylactery values, get parent name, yes. And then I put all the elements in there, and that's perfect. So it's probably a condition in one of these. So print, phylactery not found. This is print phylactery value 0. And here we'll print updating global. Global. No, global. Okay, so let's see what's happening. Global. That's a funny word. I might use it for something. Okay, so it is updating the global. Okay, so that should be fine. Okay, so it did get here correctly, which is what I wanted. Okay, so for a room in active phylactery values. Okay. Player.update stats. And if I remember correctly, player update stats is literally just... yeah, it sets it to the values. So all should be well. And then this stupid thing at... or, wait, I forgot to close the window. My bad. This stupid thing at the bottom here is just because I got really sick of having to make a pipe path in order to move when I was testing some things. So... that's fine. We'll just leave that there for now. Okay. So right now I'm concerned with air. So let's see. We'll print air amount here. Okay. That should be fine. And so every time this gets recalculated, then that should work here. Hello there, Wolffighter. Oh, thank you for coming by. Give me just a sec. I'm currently fixing a bug that will make it so much easier for me to explain the game. So, if you can give me like 2 minutes. Oh. It didn't get here. Why not? All right. Well. basically, the idea is... I can't demonstrate it yet, unfortunately, because something's broken and life is hard, but the basic idea is that it's a Metroidvania. But instead of having your basic stats, like your movement speed, your jump height, your attack, and your HP be fixed with, you know, maybe slight increases from exploring, you're building a cool factory on the side, and the more optimized your factory, the higher you'll be able to jump, the faster you'll be able to run, the higher your attack will be, and the more HP you will have. If you are sufficiently cool, then you'll be able to, you know, jump into the stratosphere, or run through lava, whether it's because you're really fast or just have tons of HP. Either or. So, that's kind of what we're going for. And alright. And it's true. So sometimes you do break things as you start putting things in. But at the very least, I have a sign that this is not being called properly. So I messed something up in the call here. Oh, I don't call update player stats anymore. Yeah, that would do it. In that case, I think what I want to do is I don't want it to take anything. I know. I like doing it like this though, because it puts it on a new line, and that's shiny for me. Occasionally, if I want them on the same line, I'll do it a different way, but this puts them on different lines, and I like that. So yeah, when I was refactoring this, I totally forgot, oh no, it's right here. Oh, that's a reset. Okay. Get elements total. Do I want to do that when I reset? I don't remember, so I'm just gonna kill that, and it's fine. But yeah, that would break things. Forgetting to call the function does indeed break things. But then I can demonstrate. Oh, very nice. What's your factory game about? What do you do in yours? Factory global dot, what did I call that? Get element total. Yeah. So every time all this is calculated, I want to get element totals, which I believe is correct. That should happen regardless of whether I'm resetting the values or updating them. I see. Oh, fascinating. So, more simulationist than some of the other ones out there? Fair enough, there's a lot to do. Because, like, I know most factory games are based on how it works in real life. They just simplify the process considerably. Because real-world logistics are crazy. Yeah. Oh, sounds cool. Good luck with that. That does sound really awesome. Let's see if I have the thing working now. Where... yeah, I can't jump because we currently have no air. So let's get some air out of this green guy. Can I jump? Yay! I fixed it! But yeah, now I can actually demonstrate what's happening. Oh, and now that's broke again. Awkward. Life is hard. Oh, that's okay. I'll fix that. But I'll restart the game then. I'll fix that. So yeah, at the start, you can see here, you can kind of see the state twitching. Because, let me see. Because, I'm hitting the jump button, but the jump height is 0. Because we have no air, and so now we get a little bit of air, and you can jump. And then, if I get more air, so like from over here, and I bring it down here, you can jump even higher. Something's not calculating right, but you know what? It's okay. That's still the basic idea. I don't think the player's ever coming back. Let's see how long it takes them to fall down. Anyway. How do I do saving? Yeah, player went to space. I do want the player to be able to go to space. Maybe not this hard, but... Oh, hey, he came back. Nice. But yeah, how do I do the saving stuff? I guess I can load my save manager right now. Currently, I just kind of have it placeholdered to press the I and O until I get proper save rooms and stuff built. So when... Dude, that is totally the energy I want for this game. It's perfect. It's currently bugged, but if your factory's awesome enough, I want you to be able to do that. So yeah, if you press the buttons, then we go to save and load game here. So here's what saving the game looks like. This is just for creating new saves. But I have this little dictionary that gets the scene the player was in. And so on the creating a new save, I just get the first scene that I want the player to be in. Their current position. I get their current HP, and then some other stats that are relevant to them. So, like, where their pipes currently are, the way their factory looks. Yes, that's what this is. This literally does save the world state. It's literally just a... I'll show you this dictionary real quick. But then I have some other things here, so this will get their current blueprints, and this will get all the areas that they've currently discovered, you know, Metroidvania relevant stuff. And these are both just dictionaries that I'm storing other information in. So, like, if they've had a door unlocked, I'll have a reference to that door, and making sure that the game knows that they've uncovered it. And so... the reason that I'm saying this is because this is all equally as relevant. All it is just dictionaries to keep track of things, and all of these are basically the same, and all that matters is what you put in the dictionary. So, for me, in the state here, I gotta find the function. There's a lot of them. I think it's here. Yeah, here we go. I go through and I get some information about the type of building that you're trying to make. And this is where I put it all. So I keep track of which scene or basically which room this particular layout is in. So each room will have its own. And then I you know, get information on what type of building it is. That's what name is. I get its location. I could use resources. I didn't need to for this one so much, since where certain information just wasn't easy to do with that, I just put it all here. And this keeps the state of the building, so its rotation, whether or not it's flipped. This is what lets me build the pipe chains, basically, so which pipes are connected to which pipes. Each individual pipe doesn't know, but I can find the chains based on these values, basically. And then this is just the energy flowing through them, basically. So that's how I do it. So I just get all this information, I plop it into a dictionary, and then I put the dictionary into this global class here. So a little global singleton. And it's this dictionary right here. So it just keeps track of every single room, and its key is just the name of the room. And then I just put all the pipes in it. And then when it comes time to reconstruct them, I can just get all the information that I put in there. And yeah, right here. And then I just go through them all. I find the ones relevant for the room that I'm in, and then I go build them. Just get their, a particular scene I need based on their name, and then I just apply all the other criteria to them based on what I already have. basically. And then in the saves here, you can see I just put the dictionary that I have into the save. I use the vector 2 location of the building as my key, but the JSON saves don't like vector 2s, so I have to convert them to strings. But that's how I identify them. So if you ever see me working with strings that are vector 2s, that's why. So I just use their location as the key. And then I convert that into a string. So that this way I can JSON.stringify it. So basically this guy. Yeah. So everything is just a dictionary. So these guys are just dictionaries of just whatever persistent data. So if they've unlocked a door somewhere, or if they've opened a chest and gotten a particular power up and that kind of thing, that'll be located there. This is just the areas on the map they've revealed. This is the blueprints that they've built. So the stuff in this menu when it comes up. Blueprint menu. Yeah, I thought about doing things in chunks. It just happened to be so that doing it scene by scene worked better for what I was doing. But I'm pretty sure you could do something similar with chunks. You might just need some more information about like what chunk they're in or something. It depends on how you construct your chunks. Yes, exactly. So I just did things based on Godot scenes. So you can see that I have testing room 1 up here, and then I have a testing room 2 here right now. And they look a little bit different. They have some different stuff. And that's how I'm going to construct my dungeon, more or less. So it just all depends on exactly how you're going to make your chunks and how you identify where you're placing the buildings and how they're interacting and whatnot. So for me, you know, using their vector 2 location made sense, because that was the one piece of data that I knew would be unique building to building, since you can't have more than one building on a tile. It wasn't that bad. I was pretty scared of it too, but it turned out to be pretty easy. The only really inconvenient part is since I was using vector 2s as my dictionary keys, and JSON did not like that, I had to convert them into strings, and I had to update all my code at that point in order to convert everything into strings, and that was really inconvenient, but it wasn't that bad. I thought it was going to be a lot worse. Okay, so I need to go back to fixing a problem. Let's go try to fix that bug again, because I had this problem last week too, and I'm mad at it, so I need to fix it. I would think that making it all 0 would fix it. How many rooms do I load at a time? 1. Just 1 room at a time. I do have a little structure here for keeping track of what's going on in the other rooms. So what's going on in the other rooms will affect things, but I don't need to know what's in them in order for this to work. No. I don't. Basically what I do is, every time I build something, I put it into this active pipe layout dictionary in a global class. So this is just a global singleton that I can access from anywhere, from any room. And the keys in this dictionary are the name of the room, so I only load what's in the name of the room. But I guess you could say that the dictionary for the unroom. No, it's fine. It works. It's like the dictionaries for the other rooms will still be there. I think that should be fine. But it doesn't load any of the other stuff in the room. It just keeps track of the locations and that these pipes are in. And that's all it needs to do. So I know where they are. But if we look here and, I don't know, I draw a random pipeline here and then I go over into the next room here, you can see that random pipeline isn't there anymore, and it has all the traits of the other room. So the other room has been unloaded at this point. And then if I do another thing here, and then it'll draw it again when you come back to the other room. And I think this will look better once I have proper screen transitions and stuff. So it's all fine. And so these will keep track of what's going on in the other, the things that are relevant in the other rooms. Until you go back to that room. Yeah. No, not really. Dictionaries are pretty small, and I find it highly unlikely that we're going to have such a big dungeon that we'll run into performance issues. If we do, I'll find a better way to do that. But I struggle to think that we'd have more... Like, when I'm thinking order of magnitude, I think it's going to be under 500 rooms, and I'm pretty sure the average computer can handle a dictionary with 500 entries. I think that should be fine. Going to set up... I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you know, make as many scenes as you feel like your game needs. Scenes are, when it comes down to it, just particular... They're basically just little data structures for you to use. Making one for the inventory makes sense, and then, you know, you probably have one for the character and one for your world. And I think that makes sense for the type of game that you're making there, Gauma. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're, and Wolffighter, if you're making a very large game, you probably have to care a little bit more about performance. I don't really care. I mean, I care enough. I care for the scale of the world that I'm going for. But I think this is fine. So now, why is this not doing what I want? Error amount 0, yet I still... Yet I can still jump. Okay, let me look at that again. I don't either. That's why my philosophy is, you know what? I'm just gonna build what I can, and if I run into performance issues later, then I'll fix it. Okay, so now we can jump. Error amount still 800. Okay. But I just know that like 90% of what I'm doing is just super basic data structures and raw math, which computers are very, very good at. And they can do that really fast. I mean, there's a reason. I mean, if you looked at my placeholder there, when I was placing a building, 0 lag. None whatsoever. Even when I have big, complicated chains with, areas that I need to highlight because there's overlapping, or if and I can even keep track of which areas I want to overwrite, and everything is fine. There are no performance issues here. So, if the only bit that I was worried about, like I mentioned before, where I had the buildings there, and then I went over here and, you know, did that, and it drew like this. I don't think that looks good. I think it'll be fine once I have a proper screen transition and I can let the game load a little bit better. So that's why I say I think it's all fine. I'm a little bit worried on what it's gonna be like when we're building like potentially 1,000 at once. And I mean, that's right, you can't see my blueprints right now because... So, I am a little bit worried about stuff like this. But... if I run into performance problems then, I will solve it then. And it is true. They're very fast at math and very slow at memory. But it's fine, because I'm mostly just telling them to do math. So, that's why I don't really mind potentially being a little bit inefficient. Oh, it's because I don't reset the values anymore. Okay, that would do it. Fire amount equals 0, air amount equals 0, earth amount equals 0. Okay, there we go. I'd say I'd rather not, but you know what? I get the computer to do it for me. I'm eternally grateful I don't have to manually calculate matrices. Truly. Because it means that I don't have to remember how to do it. Okay. Boop. Yay! I fixed the problem! Okay, and now if I do this, you're not gonna fly into the stratosphere anymore. You're only gonna fly slightly above the screen now, right? Oh, it's not calculating right, is it? Well, shoot. Because there should be more than 800 in there right now. What did I break? The question you always have to ask yourself when you're making things. Although I'm not actually sure why it's not showing my values here. Okay. Let's try that again and see if I can actually get proper numbers. No, where are my numbers? 800, and then it's just not printing the things. How awkward. It's okay. Like I said, I'm glad to have computers do it for me. It saves me a lot of effort. Why? That should still be working, because I don't think I broke any of the stuff. Like, why am I... Like, why is this guy not going through its calculations? This, bit of debug down here. This bit of debug down here starts every time it runs into an extractor. And you can see right now I have 2. I have one here, so this is right, but for whatever reason, the other one is not coming down like that. Oh right, that's not the one that has air. What am I talking about? Oops, wrong button. Okay, is this good? Do I have the extra air that I feel like I should now? Okay, user error. Everything's fine. I forgot. This is the one that has air in it, not this one. This one only has water. But there we go. And then if I break this, we're gonna go back to 800, and if I break this, we can't jump. Okay, wonderful! I have fixed the bug. Let's go back to my schizo rambling about what I need for nightmare pipes. Because oh my god, I hate life. Okay, let's go. Yes, they have different amounts. So the way I have it here is, you can see, I got little arrays up here covered by chat. They're covered by chat. Let's move, no, not that. Let's move chat. Where are you guys? Whoop. So yeah, see, we got the array here, and it has 2 different types of elements in it. It has water and it has air. And it has 200 water and 400 air. And then this green one over here, it's source 2, not source 3. It only has air, and it has 800 air. And they will all be different, and as you get deeper in the dungeon, you'll find more and more rich sources to get your bony little lich fingers into. It'll be fantastic. Okay, go put chat. So this way you can see my debugs a little bit better. I don't do stuff up the inspector quite as much. Okay. So, as you can see, I was doing a lot of rambling earlier about what the hell I'm trying to do here. I don't feel like going over all of it, but I'll go ahead and go over the basics. So, normally, you have your miner, basically, you know, where you get your initial resource from, and maybe you have some things splitting it across and merging it together, and it's doing stuff, and it's fine. This is friendly. This is fine. This is friendly. But then, sometimes, you might want to do something a little cursed. And something like this. Where it comes down, it gets, you know, split over here, and this is fine. And then over here, where we split it into here, and then this splitter, it comes back around and merges back with something upstream. So up here. And this is nightmares. This is totally cursed, and it's really hard. It's really hard. So you can see that I in my demonstration from earlier, I put 100 resource in. So this thing here is a merger. That doesn't change anything, and it goes down here into this splitter where it gets split 50-50. So we have 50 going this way and 50 going this way. Down here, we get 25 going over here and 25 going over here. That's all well and good. But once we get over here, we get 25 going to this thing, and we have 25 going back to the beginning. No, I don't think it would, but that's okay. So, we have, 25 going back up to the start, which I then have to redistribute. So this 25 has to go and get split twice again and go into all that, and then, you know, some more will come back, and it's all very awkward. But this is really important to let people do. Because this is what will let you divide your resources into thirds, instead of just, you know, some factor of 2. So in half or fourths, or so on and so forth. This would let you divide things into thirds, with a structure kind of like this. Oh, there it goes. Where you could have a... Actually, I think I just did the thing where it's split into thirds, but... So now you have... 3 things here. Hello. I am making a Metroidvania, but instead of having your stats like your movement speed, your jump height, your attack, or your HP be relatively fixed values that, you know, maybe increase slightly over the course of the game, you are also building a nice little factory on the side. And if your factory is great, you'll be able to run faster, jump higher, and have higher attack and higher HP. It'll be great. So just as a quick demonstration, you can see that we have this little guy here. Currently, you can kind of see his state flicker. And that's because I'm hitting the jump button, but he has no air, which means he cannot jump. So let's give him some air. Right there. Whoosh. There we go. Yes, it splits into thirds. That's the basic idea. That's what makes it really hard to calculate. And so you can see I can jump this high, but this source here also has some air in it. So if I connect it here, you can jump even higher. So, yes. Exactly. So currently I'm just focusing on coding the factory elements, which is why I had this diagram up. Because currently I'm dealing with the stuff that's been giving me nightmares for the past month. Where, you know, if it just goes downstream, it's all good. This is easy to calculate. But what I'm having trouble with is it goes here, it gets, you know, split a couple of times, and then some of it comes back to the start. Do I have an itch.io page? Not yet. I will make one once the game is a little bit more playable. Currently, I mean, I'm not even totally calculating everything yet. I'm still trying to figure out how the hell to calculate this. It's really hard. So, it's just a total mess. But once I get this math done, I think that's going to be like one of the hardest bits out of the way. And, okay. Well, thank you. I stream programming every Thursday. So if you're interested in the programming streams, I do it every Thursday. On Friday, I do a game stream, and on Saturday, I do an art stream. I draw some things. So, yeah, this is all me talking to myself and how to solve that problem. And I do have fairly reasonable solutions for some things. You can see that everything marked with the little carrot here are things that I feel like I have solved pretty well. And then these are the things that I don't quite do yet. So there's still some things. So let's see. Now that I fixed a couple of bugs there, do I want to go back to my schizo rambling? Yeah, I guess so. I actually find that just rambling through and talking through all of this to be really helpful. So, even though it's gonna be real hard to help me too much since, I mean, look at all this code. I have been working on this for a couple of months now. It's hard to know everything that I've been doing, and everything that I've tried, and everything that I'm trying to do since the game mechanics largely exist in my head and nowhere else at this point. I mean, I have written them down, but they're not a place people can actually see them. Just being able to talk through it is actually really helpful. So, you know, thank you guys for existing. Truly. Even if you can't necessarily feed me an answer, you can help me get to the answer just by forcing me to explain myself. It's extremely helpful. It truly is. Yeah. Well, good luck. What kind of game are you wanting to make? Oh, don't worry about it. I can understand what you're saying. Let's see. So, tentative, yeah, that's right. When I was going through and talking about making pipe chains, whereas I wasn't sure if it did anything, but I wasn't convinced. Yeah. And then I was thinking about retracing my steps after finding a bug. Yeah, the one that I drew there is real simple. The really cursed thing is this stupid thing. Basically. But yeah, then we have this stupid thing. This is what I consider. If I can calculate this correctly, I will probably consider the calculations robust enough to handle anything. Or the basic idea is that the endpoints, you know, they could be anywhere in this mess. Who knows? Maybe there's only one here. I don't know. But I figure if I can handle this stupid thing, it'll be good. Like, what does it even do? We start here, it comes out, and you got a loop going this way that also kind of does this, and another one kind of going this way that does this, and then it also goes up here, and over here, and into all this, and it goes up and around for no apparent reason, and then, it also comes back here to do this. I see. I've never played Paper Planes directly, but I if I'm remembering which game it is, I think I know what you're talking about. So just, you know, one of those more relaxing, artsy kind of things. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Oh, no, that's Papers, Please, not Paper Planes. I can't fucking read. Look, I have been staring at code for almost 3 hours now. Forgive me. But no, I know Papers, Please. So, yeah, menu-based game. Cool. I liked Papers, Please. I thought it was a pretty interesting little game. I do think there's a game called Paper Planes out there, but I never played it. Look, reading is hard, okay? But yes, I actually have a pretty reliable case for some more basic stuff like this, where it's relatively sane. You know, or maybe you have endpoints here and here or something. I had something fairly decent for that, but it doesn't work when you get into the... when it gets cursed. When it gets stupid. It doesn't work. And I need to make sure it works when it's cursed and stupid. I want the players to be able to make whatever kind of cursed spaghetti they want. And it's very important to me. Very important to me. I'm suffering, but I'm willing to suffer for my players. They deserve it. I love them. I'm not making the kind of game that hates the players, because I don't hate them. I think they're fantastic. So I was talking about, I have some algorithms that very reliably split out pipe paths and stuff. And I was able to do that, and now I'm looking at this and I'm like, is it even necessary? Correct. These are all placeholders. I like making my placeholders extra scuffed and ugly, because it motivates me to actually finish everything so I can make them pretty again. But don't worry, that's not how it's gonna look in the game. I mean, if we look at this, just look at all the problems. I'm using the default Godot sprite from my player, and I squished it a little to make it look even worse. The grid does not go to the edge of the screen, and in fact, if there was no floor here, you'd see it actually goes far below the screen. The pipes, well, he just pointed out they don't even connect properly yet. Yes. Don't worry, I didn't think you were criticizing me, but I just like making things extra ugly. And I mean, look at all the lovely colors I'm using for my placeholders. Don't they just burn your eyes? Look at my selection wheel. It's just painful. And look at my lovely use of hot pink. Hot pink is my favorite placeholder color. It's the worst. But I just wanted to share my philosophy on placeholders, where, you know, it just gotta be as ugly as possible, so that this way, it makes me feel really good when I get to go back and fix it. Precisely. You know, that's exactly why I just go all out and make it terrible, so that this way I don't feel bad about it. I just know, oh man, that's awful. Okay, let's make another thing that looks awful. So, I like trying to make it as terrible as I can while making it enough that I personally can follow. Because it motivates me to finish things so that this way I can make it look pretty. Because I do a lot of drawing too, so I guess more taste of what's going to be coming once I finally do the art. This is what I'm working on in my drawing streams. I wanted to do a nice character design for a VTuber that I like. So I couldn't decide if I wanted to draw her in a suit or a dress, so I'm gonna do both. The suit side is actually getting pretty close to finished. I still have to get the background and then a couple of minor things like on her cape and stuff, and their belt. But it's getting there. So, yeah. He's gotta be a lich. I think that probably sums up the aesthetic, at least 50% of the way there. So, definitely, creepy lich aesthetic. Pixel art, no. I'm gonna draw it all. Anyway, good night, Wendell. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're able to sleep well. Wait, I'm gonna hand draw everything. I haven't done very much animation, but at least from what I can tell, Godot can do some decent puppet animation. So I'll probably do it like that. Just add in bones and stuff to make things move. I know roughly how to do that because it's what I had to do in order to make my model here. In order to make my body visible to people. So I should be able to do something pretty similar to that. We're going hand painted. I'm really looking forward to it. Let's see. So, pipe loops and stuff. What was I doing? I don't remember. It's okay. I don't mind you guys distracting me, for the record. It's all good. I'll find my train of thought here eventually. On how to organize code. I haven't done very much with like sound or any of that kind of thing, but in general, you want to keep each scene having its own responsibilities as much as possible. Like, people would say that my grid class is probably way too big. They're probably right, but I'm not quite sure how to divide it up. But you can see that while I've been building this grid here and when I was fixing bugs, I basically didn't go into the player at all. I didn't go into the player at all, and that's because everything that the player handles is within the player scene, and the grid does not care about it. The grid doesn't know about the player. The grid doesn't need to know about the player. It does not care. And that tends to be how you want to think about things. So I'm just trying to think of a more coherent way to explain this. But that's roughly how I handle things. And you can see, like, there's a single script here, just on the main player here. And then I have some on to these things within it to calculate the states. Yeah. And it's all fine. Yeah, I know, but for most of this, it's like all directly relevant to the grid, so I'm just like, why? I do it for a lot of things, but that tends to be just if they actually do something different. There's a few things I know I'm gonna split off eventually. Like, for example, the code that handles the drawing of this box here for selections. That's probably gonna go into its own thing at some point, because right now you can see it doesn't draw on top of the pipes and I want it to, and the only way to do that is to put it somewhere else. So some stuff like that's gonna happen. But yeah, I don't mind so much. How do I think about it? I try to think of the properties that my objects need. So for me, what the grid does is it does pipe stuff, basically. It does pipe stuff. So that's where you build it all, and as far as I'm concerned, pipe stuff also involves calculations, which is why I'm doing the calculations here. Yeah, I don't really like splitting up my code unless it's for something that's directly different. I know it's bad form to people, but I don't understand why. So, because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like, I'm keeping things very single responsibility. This handles pipe stuff. I could make another random node to handle the calculations too, but why? And I mean, I do change up some things here for other things. Like, I do have a specific things for things like level transitions and stuff like that. And that I do have certain properties on my pipes. So this is what a pipe looks like, basically. Where I just keep track of what type they are and various other things. Things that end up being relevant in various places. And for these guys, at least, they don't tend to really change very much, so it ended up being static. But various things like that, so I thought about what properties does pipe have, and I put it on the pipe. So you can see this is what a normal pipe looks like. It just has its little script, and then its appearance and its collision. And then if we go into the script, I just keep track of basic properties on it. So yeah, I don't know. I just kind of think about, okay, what does this do? And I just try to keep what it does there, and it just so happens that building stuff is really complicated. So it ended up being really big, whereas basically all of my other classes are much simpler. It's like you can see player. Yeah, we got under sub 100 lines of code here to do everything that the player needs to keep track of, and then I just have some stuff for its states. Yeah, I don't have them open right now, but and the states just keep track of the things that each of an individual state needs to. So I just think of what does idling do, and what does running do? And it's all kind of straightforward like that. It literally just comes down to, okay, what does this specific thing do? And, you know, sometimes it gets me code that's in line with most the things that people consider good coding practices, and then sometimes you get grid.gd, which looks like this. So, yeah, exactly. And I do some things that are definitely not the way I should do it, but it works, so I don't care. Like I use my factory global singleton probably a little bit too much. Like, this is probably what you'd expect from a global singleton like this, where it just has a bunch of constants that help me figure out how certain things should look. But then you also have something like selected blueprint, which I use to communicate from the blueprint grid to the main grid, which is a little bit cursed, because I wasn't quite sure how to use signals to do it properly here. So I did it like this. But it works, so I don't care. Yeah, and it's all fine. You can see that there's some kind of weird stuff going on there. Don't worry about it, it works. That's honestly my philosophy with game code. Don't worry about it, it works. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay. I unironically think it's a good philosophy to have with game code, though, because unless you're writing an engine, yeah, and for me, I'm gonna be basically the only coder. I don't think my husband's even gonna touch the code. He might if he wants to like be adjusting values for playtesting and stuff, but that's probably gonna be the extent of it. I'm doing basically all the coding, so as long as I know what's going on, it's fine. But and I haven't had trouble maintaining this. I've had to go back and look at things, and I've been able to debug things just fine. What was I saying before? Right, about how game code should work. And unless you're planning on making some reusable engine stuff, and even then to an extent, working is better than good, in my opinion. Because for the most part, game code is very specific, and you're not going to be using it in future games a lot. Oh no. Oh, I know that feel. It's rough out there sometimes. But yeah, specific game code often can't be reused in large chunks. So, thinking about the future, I think, is often unnecessary. And as long as you can get it working, and as long as it's not buggy and unstable and some of those things, then, like, you're golden. If it's doing what you want it to do, that's perfect. Oh no. Yeah, that'd be rough on a guy like that. So, alright. Yeah, I stream coding every Thursday. I do games every Friday to talk about game design and stuff, and do some game studies. And on Friday I draw. Or on Saturday, excuse me. On Saturday I draw. Friday is game day. So on Saturday I draw, and yeah. I'll be there at about this time on those days. Occasionally I gorilla, but it tends to be very occasional. So thanks for stopping by. I hope you're able to sleep well. I should probably wrap up soonish, but you know what? I'm having fun, so I'll go for a little while longer here. Let's see what we got here. So, the problem I'm trying to solve. Let's go talk about nightmares again. Nightmares! This stupid thing! What do I need to know for that? Let's see. Tentatively. Yeah, so I was talking about I made some algorithms to actually determine what is in a pipe loop, and I was debating on whether or not that was even doing anything for me. And tentatively, I don't think it does. I see. Oh no. Well, it sounds like you were having fun then. You know, it's always nice when you can make your work fun. Sounds fantastic. So, tentatively, I don't think making those pipe loops actually does anything for me, but I'm not convinced. So, let's think about how I'm going to find which endpoints are connected to this merge pipe. So this is important, because that's why... Oh, whoops, wrong scene. There we go, because, alas, poor school staff. Or wait, no, not school staff, other school stuff. That's fine. Who cares about school, right? Oh, wait. Okay. Let's go into my blueprints here. Because some of the things that I was looking at. I'll just do it here and I won't save it. Which of these is actually connected to this merge pipe, and do I determine the proportions? And I think it's pretty easy, because what would happen here is 2/3 is going here and 1/3 is going here. So that would mean, yes, this is affected by the recursion, since we do have this looping back here and coming out. So this comes back here, and this means that after the initial let's just call it 100. We'll pretend 100 is coming out of this extractor to make the math easy. It's getting split in half here. So 50 goes this way, 50 goes this way. And then it's going to get split in half again. So 25 goes here, 25 goes here. And then here it's split in half, so 25 goes here, and 25 comes back around. Don't worry about it. For all intents and purposes, for my calculations right now, they do the same thing. I just want to make sure that the correct amount of stuff ends up in each of those endpoints. Yes. So we have 25 coming here, 50 coming here, and then 25 coming back around. And so this would be 25%, 50%, 25%, which is indeed all the proportions I'm expecting. It adds up to 100. So yeah, this would be affected by it. Okay. Yes, I think I understand the logic. Alright, and now that I've rambled about that, I'll talk about what the red and black block mean. This is the block that absorbs stuff for your stats. No, they cannot go against... They cannot flow backwards. If you want stuff to go back, you need a pipe like this that loops back around. That's why everything, calculations are actually really easy until you get stupid stuff like this. Yeah, it's only stupid once we get here. Doesn't the white shape go to the right? This thing? If I go back to this one? Yeah, this one goes here. Yep, this goes... You follow the black line. That shows what direction it goes. And at least on the red and the black shape, their direction doesn't currently matter. It will someday, but it doesn't currently. So these guys, it doesn't matter. The endpoints, it doesn't matter. The white shape, the white one, it does. That's basically your minor. And for him it matters, for the red and the black it does not. These are the end. So this is the one that calculates your stats. Anything that goes into the red one is what determines your stats. Anything that goes into the black one is sucked into the void. It does nothing. The black one won't exist in the final game, I just need it for testing. Yeah, the black line is just to help me know the direction it's facing. So it's just facing that way. So the black line points toward the direction that it sends element to. So we have the black line up here, so it goes up, and then you see splitters have 2 black lines, because they're special. So we have half that goes there, and half that goes there, unless, you know, like if I deleted this, then 100% of it would flow this way. And that's what makes the calculations a little more complicated, but I don't know, man. I think everything except for these stupid loops is super easy to deal with. I've basically got that solved. It's all great. So I just gotta get the stupid loops. Just gotta do that. Okay, so let's think about how I'm gonna tell which ones are connected. Okay, right. I was gonna go look at a different blueprint. Okay, so we're gonna have independent mergers here. So if I had something like this, this is my other test. For this one, it starts off with the splitter. So we have the mergers here, and this determines the start of the recursive loop. So we start here, 100, half goes here, and then a half goes into here, so, and then half goes into there, and then or I guess at this point it'll be a quarter, and then the rest goes up there. Oh yeah, basically. I mean, that's why it's hard. That's why I'm having trouble figuring out the math to do it. I mean, I tried doing it where I just looped through it a lot. It kind of worked, but it got screwy once you got into stupid things. It's basically, now Acrostel said, it does get really stupid if you let it get really stupid and try to make something like this. This is nonsense, but I want it to work. So it just gets really stupid, but you have to do it in order to split things into thirds. So I want people to be able to do that, and that is the problem that I'm trying to solve. And oh boy, is it a problem. It is awful, and it has been plaguing me for over a month at this point. But I think I'm close to a solution, so I'm pleased. And that's why I'm talking to myself in my comments right now, so that this way, maybe, I can figure out something good, or at least figure out if the things I've written is actually helping me get closer to a solution, or if I'm just tacking things on in a dumb way that makes no sense. That is why I'm talking to myself about what's going on. So yes. So here, if we assume this is 100, it's 50 split down here. It's gonna get split again, so we have 25% going here. And then, what's half of 25%? It's like a 12.5? Yeah, I'll go with that. Into here, and 12.5 going back up. But, with the way that I think the math will work out, I don't think we want to calculate it from the start here. We want to calculate it from the starting merger. And so if we calculate it from here, then 50% goes here, and 25% comes here, and then 25% comes back up. And I think that's how it's supposed to be calculated. So, this is just a base on what I know of the math. And no, we're not wussing out. We're not wussing out! Why would I do that? Rude. I'm not going to be that rude to my players. I want them to be able to make whatever kind of cursed spaghetti that they desire. And it's important to me. May their factories be as cursed as they desire. So I want to prepare for whatever pipe configuration they want. I could forbid recursive loops. things. I could. I could say that if you tried to put a turnpike here, it would just go bank and put out an error saying, no, you can't do that. But I don't want to tell my players what to do. I want them to be able to build their nice things and their less nice things. So I need to know how to calculate this. I don't want to wuss out. I did think about it. I did think about wussing out a couple of times because it's hard. But I don't want to. So, let's see. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure for the math to work, we'd do it based on the percentage divided on this merger as opposed to on the whole thing. So this would actually be 50%, this would be 25%, and then 25% is coming back here. So if I try to figure out what's connected to this merger, I'm pretty sure that indeed, if I just use this merger as a root for my current algorithm that finds a path, it will find them. Yes, because it does search exhaustively. It does. And if I just made that the root instead of the extractor, so instead of your miner up here, if I made this the root for finding that new path, I think that would find it. It's just a matter of, would that add like a million new loops that I'm scared of? I don't think so. And I think that applies to every type. So if I look at my nested mergers here, I'm pretty confident in my ability to find the loop. I'm not worried about finding loops. I'm worried about doing math. And I want to make sure that I'm finding the right proportions of things. So if I had that, I know that 100% of everything should be going to this. Because it's the only endpoint. Yes. And if I looked for the path from this merger at the start, it would find it no problem. And if I add this, then 50% should go here and 50% should go here. I spent some time calculating that out. And I think the math checks out. It gets a little bit hard to tell when you're starting to make it stupid like this. But I think that checks out. I haven't done the math on nested mergers but worse yet, so I'm not going to talk about that one. We don't need to talk about that one. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so half would go here and half would go here. And I would be able to find them, but would I be able to find how many splitters they go through and their correct proportions? I can find which ones are connected, 100%. Can I find what proportion they go through? No, I'd have to write some additional logic in what I have. Okay, but I do think that looking at the initial merger is a reliable way to find it. Yeah, it's pretty tricky. I was going through this step by step, but I guess I could talk about a little bit about the math that I have planned that I think works. So if I go back over to this diagram. Oh, okay, well, congrats. Oh, that seems... Well, I mean, I guess you could do that. Do you already have all the logic for more gameplay features, like the inventory, equipping things, spawning enemies, destroying enemies, dying? Like all of your basic gameplay components? Because I'd recommend doing that before animations. But yeah, it's a random pipe generator to test against. You know, not a bad idea. Maybe I'll make it. Terrifying. Man, that just made my stomach do a backflip. It's perfect. Yeah, I might do something like that. So let's see. Yeah, the math I was talking about. So the reason that I'm talking about what proportion is going into each thing here is that we kind of determined. Wait, we have two different setups here. We have one with just an independent merger with an independent pipe loop that doesn't do anything nasty, and then we have this darker one over here. It's darker, so that's how you know it's more evil. We start here, it goes down here, and then it comes up here into this thing, which is a loop that also loops back around into itself. So what's happening in each of these loops affects each other. And we determined that for less cursed stuff like this, we can just math it out easily with this formula that I have boxed. So that's 1 over 1 minus the proportion. We're pretty sure that checks out. I hope. But for this one, we're pretty sure that we do this, but then we kind of have to bounce back and forth a couple of times to make sure it works. Or to make sure that each loop is being calculated together, basically. It gets a little messy. It does get a little bit messy. But we're pretty sure we can mostly just math it out. It's just when you get this kind of setup, you might need to bounce between them a little bit, and all of that. Oh, congrats. Yeah, I mean, once you have most of your gameplay stuff set up, so you have something that happens, you have something that spawns your enemies, and then the enemies are able to go and attack and do their things, and the player's able to take damage, and the enemies are able to take damage. Yeah, it seems like a great time to start working on animations. I mean, you've seen how scuffed my game looks, and that's because I'm still working on getting gameplay code in. So I'm not gonna make it pretty until I'm satisfied with the gameplay code. And then after that, we spend some time making it pretty, and then we can kind of go back into the gameplay code and start making sure that everything quote-unquote feels right. Because making things feel right kind of depends on how things look and the numbers. So we'll be bouncing back between that a little bit. But that's how I recommend doing things. You can do things pretty much any way you feel. All right. Most excellent. Okay. But yeah, that's tentatively how math is going to work. So that's why what I'm talking about right now is how am I going to find the proportion? The proportions that go into each endpoint. And I think I can mostly reuse my pathfinding algorithm, because that does a very good job. And then I just use the merger as the root. And I don't actually think I really need anything else in the pipe paths. So that might have been extraneous work. Because I think all I need is the percentage that's going into each endpoint. So I think I can modify initial path finding path creation algorithm to focus on endpoints and the proportion of element that goes into them. So basically, I think I have most of that solution. All I need to do is give it a number, more or less. And then I can use that to apply a percentage. And then once I have the percentage, use 1 over 1 minus proportion. Okay, so now I think that works for basic things. So now for the extra cursed ones. where the loop affects a different loop outside of it. Well, you know what? That's just what doing things for the first time is like. Absolutely. Because, I mean, anytime you start something new, you're completely in over your head. It's your first time doing it. You're still figuring it out. I feel kind of the same way sometimes, but you know what? I have gradually torn down this problem to the point where I can now write out exactly what I need to do. And you can see all this stuff. I could not do this when I started with this problem. And I've also, you know, learned other things about Godot as an engine and various things like that. I just keep hammering away at each feature. And now I know more things. I remember that there was a bug early on because I didn't realize that if you make a dictionary equal to another dictionary, it passes a reference instead of the values in the dictionary. So when I changed, if I said dictionary B is equal to dictionary A, and then I changed something in dictionary B, it changed something in dictionary A too, and that confused me greatly. And I've seen this bug a couple of times now, and when it crops up, I know exactly what's happening. I don't have to spend 3 hours debugging it, because I just know what the problem is. And that's what learning is. So you always start out of your depth. That's normal. And then you start noticing patterns, and you learn more things, and it becomes easier. Things are only hard because you don't know what to do. But if you keep doing it, you'll learn what to do, and then it'll be easy. Let's see. So for the extra cursed ones that have a loop affecting outside of it, so that would be nested mergers, but worse. So that's when we start talking about stuff like this. The pain. Because that's what I called it. I called it nested mergers, but worse. So the short answer is, I don't know, we'll put something up here. I have this path. Do I have any training? Yes, I have a degree. I'll leave it at that. I did some computer science adjacent stuff for professionally for a while. I know roughly what I'm doing. This is my first time working in Godot, though, so there's some nuances that I'm still figuring it out. I still consider myself pretty new to at least a lot of the game dev half. Alright. Was it useful for this? Yeah, overall. It'll teach you some things. I don't think there's any substitute for actually doing things yourself, though. But it can give you some of the foundations. I'm not sure if I needed a 4-year degree from it. I probably got most of what I used from the first 2 years. Yeah, I'd say the first 2 years probably had the most useful information that I applied to pretty much everything. Yeah. That's why I say, we're thinking that this is what's going to work in theory. And I'm just kind of going through the steps that I need to get there. I'm actually feeling pretty confident about this thing. Well, I'd look at the jobs you want to have. If they want school, then naturally go to school. If they don't care, then I'd say just code things on your own. I do. It depends on how much school costs and how much money you have and how much you're willing to annoy your teachers. And actually, you know, like, go ask for help and get proper mentorship. I was not. I didn't want to talk to people. I tried occasionally, but a lot of my teachers were really not receptive to it. I didn't have super great teachers, but one of them was good. I had a couple of good ones. Oh no, don't scope creep. Do the bare minimum first. Yeah. So that's where I say, go look at the jobs you want to have, look for the requirements they expect. If having a nice GitHub account where you contribute to some open source projects or, you know, write some of your own games or what have you is sufficient to show them your capability, then, you know, you can do that. And if it's not, if they say a 4-year degree or equivalent experience required, consider getting the 4-year degree. So I'd say school is just about... It's a way to show your credentials if the company you want to work for expects those credentials. If they don't care, or if you think that you could show off your equivalent experience with some of your own code, then you can save yourself the money and do that. But I mean, if you've already got a game going, I'd say you're probably through a lot of the super basic stuff. But yeah, let's see. So we have this loop here that goes up and affects things here. And then we have another... These ones are kind of connected though, so I might need to do another case. I might do something that more reflects the picture drawn here. I mean, again, it kind of depends on what the jobs you're looking for want. I would literally just go to a job search website and look for jobs that you were interested in having and see what they want. So I think being a self-taught programmer is fine. But if the job you want requires a specific thing, then get the specific thing. And you're not going to know what the specific thing is until you look at the jobs you want. Okay, and then this nonsense comes back up here, over here. And we have a thing that loops back here and then goes back this way. So half of it will go back this way, half of it will come back out here and go back to the beginning. Yeah, okay, I see how this goes. I just have to trace it over in my mind for a second. Oh, the pain. Okay. So yeah, we have a loop here that is contained, and then half of it goes out back to this loop, which then feeds back into this loop, back into itself. Like I said, I haven't calculated the proportions for this. I can probably do it manually. Figure it out. I don't know. But I think this should be fine for testing what I need to test. I do like the idea of a random pipe generator, though. That's hilarious. I'd have to think about how to write it. Because just placing things randomly on the screen probably wouldn't be an especially great test. I'd have to be more procedural. Okay. Kind of thumbs up things. So, how would I determine that these loops are affected by each other? That's the first question. So, where does this loop start? I think it starts with this merger, and then it comes up here, and it goes around like this, and then we have another one that goes down like this, it goes around, it comes up, and it does this. So, I guess the way that you'd determine whether they affect each other is if that merger is part of the path. So if I go back to my other diagram here, this guy. if we look at this merger, it comes up here and this merger is part of the path. Because yes, what goes through here does affect what comes back around. So that makes sense. Okay, so that's a vote in favor of keeping my thing that constructs the paths. Okay. So I think that's accurate. I think to determine whether the loops, whether different loops affect each other. Because when I think of a loop that doesn't affect the other loop, I think of my independent mergers blueprint. So this guy here. And that's easy to see because this merger does not include this merger in its path, because its path is literally just these pipes here. So these I can calculate very simply, and I don't have to... And nothing that comes into here will affect anything that goes into here. They are completely independent. And the way I can tell is that the recursive path does not include this merger. It only goes through here. It does not include this one. So I think that's pretty reliable, in that if... To determine whether the different loops affect each other, see if root merger of loop is in the path. Root merger of other loop is in the path. And I think that will be pretty reliable. So, getting the path helps. Yes. Make paths accurate. Only if I see the root merger in another loop. Is there a good way to call duplicate loops before determining if a loop affects, not a sloop, a loop affects another loop? And the reason I ask this question is if we look at nested mergers here. So this guy, the slightly less cursed version. I see several loops here, but they're like equivalent. So we see one that starts at this merger, comes up here, over to here, and loops around like this. But if we start at this merger instead, we can also find the same loop. But it's an identical loop. This isn't a loop that affects what's going to go through here. They're just the same. They all involve the same pipes. And I can even do it from down here too, where I go up and around like this. But these are all the same loop functionally. So if I did a search through an array of pipes in a loop, and for this, I would find these mergers that are the roots of a different loop. But it's not real in this case. So I'm wondering if there's a good way to find whether or not they'll be the same. Because currently the way my algorithm for identifying loops works is it very exhaustively finds every loop and puts them into the same array, and then I split them apart later. I haven't found a good way to check for loops without doing that. So the loops from this merger would be going up here, around here like this, the one that I was showing, but it also goes this way and goes around here like this. Whereas this one over here only goes this way, and then it has this stupid thing going across here, but it does not include the going around this way. So currently these arrays, if I sorted them, would not be identical, because this one would have this extra loop going around here, And I'm wondering if there's a way to pare that down before I determine the loops affect each other, but I'm not sure if that's true. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a really good way to do that, unless I can find a way to get each loop in a different array, but that seems like it might be a little bit difficult. I guess I could skip the first... No, I don't think that'd be reliable. I was gonna say, maybe I could skip the first splitter it comes across. And I could say, okay, you see a splitter, only check one end. And that would get this particular pattern. But if I had a pattern that was, say, a little bit more like, I don't know. Let's see, merge pipe. Split pipe. Phylactery. Comes down here. Split pipe. Vaporizer. Comes back up here. I'm not quite sure that works. Because this isn't a loop. So if I ignored this... No, it might work there too. I'm gonna have to think about that one. I'll write it down. Only check one side of it. Or maybe... right loop identifier to ignore the first splitter it comes across that's balanced. I don't know, I'll think about that one. We'll leave a question mark there. But that might be reliable. I'll wanna think that through and think if I can construct any pattern that would result in something where that doesn't work. So maybe. And okay, so if I can, then we only find the whole path if there's not nested, loops that affect each other. Otherwise, unnecessary. Okay. Otherwise, it's unnecessary. And if I can't do that, if I can't, then I can check and see if I get lucky. But I might have to split loops apart for to find duplicates too. Seems like regardless, I need a good way to identify all loops, which I'm actually quite close to doing. Very close. It has to be real stupid. The merger has to be part of 3 or more loops in order for it to break. So that does mean that I need to write it more, or that I do need to make it a little bit more robust. But at the very least, for anything sane, I think this is already working. Yeah. Okay, and... oh boy. Oh boy. What else? I mean, I think if I'm able to do that, after that, use 1 over 1 minus proportion to get values, but do it a few times. Hey, I mean, you can do things in whatever order you want. That's the beauty of it all. I'm kind of at that, to an extent, I'm kind of at the point here where I do feel like I have to get all the math working before I can do too much more. Like, I could go derp around with the player for a bit if I wanted to. But I kind of want to get this working reliably before I start doing too much about what's going on between rooms and things like that. So that's why I'm working really hard to hammer this out. It's a really challenging problem. But I think I'm almost there. And then I think this actually gets everything. And I actually have code for most of this at this point. Look, you have to do it all eventually. As long as you're keeping things fairly independent of the other parts, then, you know, you can just kind of go. Do whatever works. Do whatever you feel like. Okay, so I think that'll actually get me most of the way through. And I do have that most of the way there. It's just so sad because it's like this block of code. This is basically all I need to do for everything that doesn't involve a recursive splitter or you know, a pipe loop. And then like even this part down here is all just for checking to see if a pipe loop exists. If I forbade pipe loops, I wouldn't need to do any of this. But then we come down here, and this is all for just trying to figure out how the hell to pipe loop. All of that, just compared to that little block I have at the top there, that handles literally every other situation. Crazy, man. If I didn't insist on letting people make really cursed stuff, it'd be so easy. But I want people to be able to make really cursed stuff. So, yeah, I think at this point I'll revisit some of the stuff I was doing for my loop identification stuff. As you can see, I've got a bunch of print statements to kind of help me figure that out. But I think I might be starting to run out of steam a little. I'm not sure if I'm quite ready to tackle that today. But honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about what I have, and I don't think that I'm just tacking on more things. I do think that these steps are actually all pretty important. And they all do something pretty relevant. So I think I can safely keep going, and I've met the goal that I wanted to do for this stream, and I fixed a bug. I do have another bug that I wasn't quite able to fix. I mean, we can watch the fireflies again, guys! My god, I'm not quite sure how to deal with this stupid thing. As you can see, I'm drawing my box around it, and it's not able to select them all. It does fine when there's not too many. But it doesn't like it when you get a lot, and I'm pretty sure that the reason this is happening is because I have the calculation in process and I reset the array that identifies these things every frame, and it's just, as you get too many, it's just not able to do the calculations fast enough. So I gotta figure out a way to take this out of process. And I don't even know where to begin. So that'll be a lot of me looking through documentation to figure it out. But I'm pretty sure that's the problem. The calculations all look sound. The thing getting the highlights all looks quite good. It's just not quite fast enough. I'm sure I'll get some ideas. But at the very least, I think I've got everything else working okay, so like I can still go between rooms and have this rebuild, right? Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. That is still potentially a little bit slower than I would like. I've been thinking about that a little bit, and to an extent, I think it'll kind of fix itself as when I make a proper screen transition. But I don't know, when it starts getting really big, it actually takes a second for it to go through all that. And I'm wondering if there's a better way to handle this. That'll probably also be something for me to look up on my own. But if any of you have any good suggestions, let me know, because right now, just to give you an idea of what I do, as this is something that's a little that I just don't know right now. This is how I rebuild it. I just go through all the pipes that are in this room, and I build them one by one, more or less. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be sticking around so long. I start about nearly... I've been going for nearly 4 hours. Yeah. And... it does get tiring after a while. But yeah, I normally start, 4 hours ago. I start at the same time. So if you'd like to come early on, and you are able to, that's when I start. Whatever time it is here, subtract 4. And I start at the same time every week, always. Oh yeah, totally understandable. I don't think I have that option with how Godot sets up its scenes. I actually did look into that a little bit when I was first starting to do this, and I was determining whether or not I wanted to do individual scenes or rooms. Or no, individual scenes or chunks. Because I was thinking about doing things in chunks instead of by scenes like this. And this just seemed to be how it had to be. And I would have had the same problems if I did chunks, except I would have had to do more work. So that's ultimately why I just went with individual scenes like this. So I'm pretty sure I don't have that option. At least within this engine. As far as I can tell. You'd have to point me to a specific resource telling me how to do that. Because I could not find anything. I'm not sure if I can do that. I have not found any documentation that suggests that I can load 2 scenes like how I have it here at once. I might be able to. I mean, maybe you can just load all of the connecting rooms. Maybe I haven't seen a way to do it, but I haven't looked very hard, to be fair. Let's see. Can I load 2 world scenes at once? Simple answer is yes, but yes, exactly. It might be. The main scene. Okay, no, they're talking about something really simple. And then I potentially just add it to the scene tree. Maybe. Sure. How would I know which rooms it's connected to? I do have the level transitions, and I think that would show which rooms it's connected to. But Grid doesn't know about level transition. Let's see, because yeah, I do have all the connected rooms here. but the room would know about it, and I haven't put any scripts on the rooms yet, so I might be able to just load the rooms next to it. That's plausible. That is definitely plausible. Let me see. So when I switch to the room, that's I don't know. Can I just do something silly like, let's see, if I put it in scene here, if I just add a quick script here, I will call this I think I just want to call it room.gd, and maybe I can get it there. Let's see. The main thing I worry about is, like, will it try to draw it? Okay. If I try to load 2 rooms at once, will Godot draw both? Multiple room simulation. Okay. Room transitions. Okay. Split my levels into rooms. Yep, that's pretty okay. What do they suggest? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about. Preload resources, or okay. Doing a little bit of reading, so I'm gonna pause for a second. Room scene, okay. Yeah, this looks like it could get pretty messy. So I'd have to... Single... Seamless loading. Okay. Correct way to switch scenes. Oh, man. Okay, so at the very least, there's probably something I can do there to maybe get it to load without loading everything else necessarily, and I think as long as it's only adjacent rooms, it probably won't be too bad. But that's probably something I'm gonna have to look up some stuff for. Let's see. Yeah. That's... Yeah, that's that's gonna require a little bit of work. But that's fine. I am not opposed to work. Oh, hello there, Meep. Welcome back. Probably gonna be wrapping up soon here because I'm getting tired. But at the very least, I think I'm feeling pretty good about how I'm gonna solve this problem. So I'm happy. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, you know, someday the game will be done. I believe in myself. I got this. So, I think I figured out how I'm gonna go about doing this. It's still gonna require a bunch of code to get working. But, at the very least, yeah, I think I've talked my way through it. I think that the way I'm approaching this is good. So I guess I'll spend the week writing it. We'll see if I do that on or off stream. Probably depends on my mood and... depends on my mood and just, let's see. How much I feel like I have to look at documentation. And how much it's going to be mulding over math I only kind of understand. So... what's the game? Let's see. Oh, it's a Metroidvania, where instead of having your stats be fixed, like your movement speed, your jump height, your attack and HP, instead of having those fixed or maybe slightly upgradable like in many a Metroidvania, you're building a cool factory on the side. So you can see that right now, player cannot jump. I'm pressing the jump button, and you can even see his state flicker a little bit. And nothing's happening. So let's give him some air so he can jump. Oh, shiny. Now he can jump. And if I give him even more air, then... where's my pipe? There it is. He'll even be able to go even higher. Hell yeah. Oh god, videos are even worse than reading. God, I hate that so many people do video tutorials instead of written tutorials, because then I can't just copy and paste, for one. And for two, it's so much harder to do it on stream, because then you'd be hearing this other dude's voice in the background, and that's terrible, and I hate it. So, as far as I'm concerned, videos are just reading but worse. But there you go, that's how the game works. And then you can see if I break some of the pipes here, that we're back to this jump height, and if I break that, we can't jump at all. So if your factory is sufficiently good, then, you know, you'll be able to jump into the stratosphere, or run through lava, whether that's because you're really fast or have tons of HP. Either or. It'll be great. We're really looking forward to it. And what I've been trying to figure out is how to do the math to determine how much resource is flowing through your factory. Yeah. So that's what I was trying to figure out, and I think I've got something here. Alright, well, I think I'm probably gonna stop there for the time being. And... yeah, thanks. I'm really, really excited. I'm very excited for that. I'm really looking forward to getting this working. I have been beating my head against this problem for a while. This is like the 5th or 6th iteration to try to solve it, but I think I got something going here. I think I got something good. I just gotta get those last few things, and I think as long as I avoid the super cursed one, so, you know, once it comes up, this stupid thing, if I do, you know, something a little bit more sane, like, this one, or, this one, or not that one, this one. These guys, I think I can probably already do with just a little bit more code. And then I can work my way up to the more cursed ones and just, you know, get some of that going. For this specific problem, I don't know exactly, but for the game itself, you can see that this is, on YouTube, this is part 14. So that's gonna be not exactly 14 weeks, because I did do a few guerrilla streams where I worked on it, but it should give you a rough estimate. I stream once a week, so a little bit less than 14 weeks in, and this is what we've got. But this problem has just been so hard. It's been so hard, man. But no, I think this is gonna be good. I think it's gonna be good. So maybe by next week. Yeah, so I started from the very beginning on stream, so I didn't start it until that part 1, I think. Yeah. So that if you look at the date of part 1, that would have been the day I started working on it. Which, you know, it's a couple of months ago. I've just been somewhat stuck on this feature, and it's been a little bit sad. But I do make little bits of progress every week, even when I do get stuck on, even though this part is hard. So, it's been all good, and now I'm hoping that I can finally put this behind me. Oh man, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Once I'm actually, like... once it's actually done, and then I can go build other things. I'm so excited. I am so excited to go build other things. You won't even believe it. 2 months? Yeah, sounds about right. And half that time being spent on this one issue sounds about right, too. Whatever the date on that video is, I can't go look right now. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been working on a pretty good clip here. I've been pretty happy with my progress. The bit that's frustrating with this thing that I've been stuck on is less that it's making me go slow and more that I'm just stuck on it. And I hate being stuck on things. It makes me grumpy. But I think that's normal. I just want to get it already, man. I just want to get it. I'm not awake for 18 hours a day, so I couldn't pull that off. I also have kids, so... Very much cannot do that. I'm pretty lucky if I get 4 hours. But you know, I'm okay with that. I feel like I've been doing pretty well. So I am happy with how things are going. And I think I'm pretty happy with the solution I was able to come up with on stream today. And I was kind of coming to this conclusion throughout the week. I didn't really have a strong chance to work on it this week. And I figured that I'd be going through this. I just wanted to double check to make sure that I wasn't doing anything extraneous. I don't think I am. Not at all. I think this is all everything I wrote ended up being very necessary and helpful. So I'm quite excited about that. And I will try to implement some of that when I have a little bit more brain. Because what I'm getting here is... I think I'm going to go back to having my loops need fixing code only split it in half just so I can get some of the basics down and then try to get some numbers onto that. That sounds good. I realize that was gibberish to everyone but me, but I assure you, I know exactly what I'm talking about. That's just how code is sometimes. Is there any other small bugs I feel like working on? Because I think that the only bugs that I know about, at least... I do also have a Twitch. I do. Oh yeah, for anyone unawares, I do multi-stream on YouTube and Twitch. Feel free to follow me on your preferred platform. I'm not sure if my computer can handle a third, otherwise I'd totally stream to even more. Actually, I guess it's less the computer and more my upload speed. Never trust Comcast. They're liars. Yeah, I don't think there's anything small to work on here, and I don't think I have the stamina to do the big thing now. I just hate to stop because I'm like, man, I have so many more people here than usual. Hello, everyone. I love you. Hello, hello. Thank you for stopping by, even if you just want to lurk. But yeah, I think I'm out of gas, unfortunately. Otherwise, I totally do more coding. I'm so happy to have so many people here today. But I should go ahead and stop there. So, thank you all for coming. And I hope you're able to make something wonderful today. I will see you all tomorrow with some gaming for the people that are new here. I stream 3 times a week. On Thursday, I work on this game. So I do a bunch of coding. On Friday, I play a game and study its design. Currently, I have been curious about crafting systems, so I'm playing Atelier Ryza to study their crafting system and see how I can steal their cool ideas and put it into my own games. And on Saturday, I draw some stuff. Currently, I am working on some fan art of Katya Sable, a VTuber I enjoy. This is the picture that I've been working on, and I'm just about done with the figure on the left here. Then I'm gonna go work into the background, and it'll be great. So that's what I'll be drawing on Saturday. So, if you are interested in any of those things, I would love to see you there. But as always, I do hope you're able to make something wonderful today. Go make your dreams come true. Does the drawing streams include game art? It will when I am ready for it. Currently it does not, because I'm not doing art right now. I'm not far enough along in the code to make me want to do any proper assets yet. Everything is going to be a scuff placeholder. But someday it'll involve my game art. I'll go ahead and stop there. So, hope to see you next time.